Good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa Grillo, Assistant Professor and Doctoral Coordinator in the Howard University School of Education. I'd like to welcome each of you to the first convening of Black women who are changing both the face and substance of education through our leadership. The idea of creating this space for, with, and about Black women leaders came to me as a result of my own experiences as a school and district leader, where despite being the only Black woman in the room in many instances, I found comfort, support, and edification from the Black women who mentored, coached, and poured into me. I was likewise inspired by the Black women scholars featured in today's convening, who have given voice to the perspectives and experiences of Black women in our field, as well as by the countless number of young women and graduate students whom I mentor. They challenge me every day to recognize that our perspectives as Black women are both unique and valuable. Over the past few months, the Black Lives Matter movement has reignited a sense of purpose to create more just, equitable systems in the United States. Conversations are occurring about the change that must take place within education so that Black and brown children have affirming and liberating educational experiences. Indisputably, Black women are both central and critical to this effort. Our goal for today's virtual conference is to provide a safe space for us to collectively dream and imagine what is possible through our leadership. We will explore the roles of Black women as mothers, activists, and educational leaders in the fight for social justice in public education through a series of sessions among superintendents, school leaders, scholars, and activists. This is our time. I am also thrilled to introduce our convening host, Dr. Sharon Porter, an esteemed Howard alumna and award-winning educational leader. Dr. Porter has served as an educator for over 25 years in the roles of classroom teacher, instructional specialist, principal, and leadership development coach. She earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in elementary education at Winston-Salem State University, a Master of Education degree at National Louis University, and a Doctorate of Education from Howard University. Dr. Porter holds a National Association of Elementary School Principal Mentor certification and she is a Gallup certified strengths coach. Dr. Porter is married, a bonus mom, and a pet mom to her adorable Coco Cotton. She is also a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, International Association of Women, Professional Women of Winston-Salem, Sisters for Sisters Network Incorporated, and Forbes Coaches Council. And I am happy to turn it over now to Dr. Porter. Thank you, Dr. Porter.
Thank you, Dr. Griot, for that introduction. It is both humbling and I'm so grateful to be a part of this historic convening. We are in the presence of women who have excelled academically, professionally, and personally. Prepare to be inspired by our most distinguished speakers and panelists, who are Black women that serve as educational leaders, mothers, and activists. We celebrate their achievements. You will leave this event empowered to serve, inspired to do more, and equipped to take action. Today, we want to welcome two artists who will bring our conference theme to life. As they listen to our participants, they will paint what they see and hear, creating portraits to share with us and which we will use in subsequent convenings. Join me in welcoming our first artist, Sasha Carrados Odom. Sasha is an artist, an art teacher with Henrico Public Schools in Virginia. Good morning, Sasha.
Good morning.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us. Will you please briefly share a bit about your art and the process that you'll use this morning?
Well, first I'll try to get a feel for everyone, and coming from an education background myself and being a woman of color, I kind of have an idea of where to start from, but I will be listening to everyone for further inspiration and depict that on my piece, and hopefully it will do justice to what everyone is conveying.
Thank you. We cannot wait to see the final result.
Thank you.
I want to acknowledge our sponsors for this event: the Howard University School of Education, AASA, the School Superintendents Association, the National Alliance of Black School Educators, and Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And now it is my pleasure and honor to introduce the Dean of Howard University School of Education, Dr. Dawn Williams.
Forward with spending this day. I look forward with spending this day with my sisters in leadership, scholarship, and service. Today is an investment in ourselves with an opportunity to recharge. At the Howard University School of Education, we host a leadership brunch for our female students studying education leadership. With the vision of Dr. Lisa Griot, that brunch has expanded to the convening with 1,000 participants registered. Thank you to our partners that have worked hard to bring this amazing event: AASA, the School Superintendent Association, NABSE, the National Alliance of Black School Educators, and an organization that has personally inspired me and hundreds of thousands of Black women, my beloved Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Right now, I'm currently reading a book called Leaders Eat Last, and I want to read you a bit of a quote from that book. Leaders are the ones who run headfirst into the unknown. They rush toward the danger. They put their own interests aside to protect us or to pull us into the future. Leaders will sooner sacrifice what is theirs to save what is ours, and they would never sacrifice what is ours to save what is theirs. This is what it means to be a leader. It means they choose to go first into danger, head first toward the unknown. As educators, leaders, mothers, and other mothers, this comes natural to us. We are accustomed to eating last. However, today, let me allow you to reminisce on what we are guaranteed to hear every time we board a plane. Should the cabin lose pressure, oxygen masks will drop from the overhead area. Please place the mask over your own mouth and nose before assisting others. This is an important analogy to remember for people who often eat last, such as ourselves. Some people think that it is their duty to put everyone else's needs first, when in fact, unless you prioritize self-care, you will not be good to anyone. While airplanes have sensors to protect against oxygen deprivation, we need to act as each other's sensors. Let me serve as that reminder today, both literally and figuratively. Put your mask on first. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And now I bring to the front the Associate Executive Director at AASA, Ms. Sharon Adams Taylor.
I feel so at home today being with you and helping to co-sponsor this event. It represents the very heart of who I am as an activist, as a mother, and as an educator. And it represents the organizations that nourish me. I'm a proud graduate of Howard University, you know, a member of the National Alliance of Black School Educators. Next year, I will celebrate 50 years in Delta Sigma Theta sorority. And I work for AASA, the School Superintendents Association. Also on behalf of AASA, I'm a co-founder in a network of K-12 and higher education leaders across the globe. Women from 6 continents come together every 2 years to talk about the status of women in education. Our next upcoming meeting is in 2021 in the Philippines, if we have a vaccine for COVID by then. So I'm going to put some information in the chat where you can find out more about that. When I think of my sector that's here today, superintendents, this convening represents a giant step in the right direction. The superintendency is overwhelmingly white, overwhelmingly male. Only 26% of superintendents are women, and only 8%, and this includes men and women, are superintendents of color, African American and Latino. So while the trends seem to be headed in the right direction, because it used to be a lot worse, the low proportion of women and individuals of color in the most powerful seat in a school district is still troubling. Today, you will hear from 7 African-American women who lead school districts. I'm smiling because I love them. They are smart, yes. They are political. They are excellent builders and managers of budgets. They are masters at curriculum and instruction, and they're one of the biggest employers in their community. Yeah, they're queens. And they almost never get the opportunity to come together like this, to spend sister time with their peers. And for that, I'm extremely grateful to the Howard University School of Education. And Iyanla Vanzant is here. Iyanla fixed our lives. I've had probably the most difficult few weeks of my entire life. But this is a priority for me, and I'm glad to be here for this convening. And I pledge personally and professionally on behalf of ASA, this will not be the last time, so welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Adams Taylor. And now I bring to the front the President-elect of the National Alliance of Black School Educators, Dr. Nardos King.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I am Dr. Nardos King, Assistant Superintendent for Region 3 for Fairfax County Public Schools and President-elect of the National Alliance of Black School Educators. I too am a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And even though I didn't graduate from Howard, I'm a proud HBCU graduate from the Virginia State University. I also want to share with all these beautiful Black women today that it was this Black woman that was behind me. As my school in Fairfax County Public Schools just changed the name of Robert E. Lee High School to John R. Lewis High School, a moment that I'm most proud of in my career and my role in making that happen. It is my privilege and great pleasure to greet you on behalf of NABSE. I'm excited to be part of these important discussions as we explore the roles of Black women as mothers, activists, and educational leaders in the fight for social justice in public education. NABSE is devoted to furthering the academic success for for the nation's children and advocating for educational equity, particularly for children from African descent. We believe that education excellence cannot exist without educational equity. So I'm especially pleased to be here to take part in today's important conversations. It is my firm conviction that Black women must be at the decision-making table at all levels if we are going to win the fight for social justice in public education. Providing good quality, transformative education to the underserved and underrepresented is an essential component of social justice. Every student is a part of our collective society and part of that which makes us who we are. Each child deserves the dignity, respect, and the opportunity that is provided for every other member of our collective society. And it is our responsibility to ensure that they receive the education that they deserve. Let me express my gratitude to the stellar lineup of speakers and panelists. I'm so excited to hear what they have to share. At such a time as this, when we have declared our country is experiencing a number of crises, including one in education, and we have declared that Black Lives Matter, it is clear that we desperately need these hardworking, talented, and dedicated educational leaders and change agents. Today more than ever, before there is a hunger and thirst for new vision and leadership, different times call for different leaders. And the women here are trailblazers, each with a story we can carry into their own lives. I sincerely hope today's discussion will be beneficial, enjoyable, and eye-opening as we continue together to strive for the type of justice community, to the type of just community in which we can all be proud. And as we go forward, let us each ask ourselves the question, what can I do? Thank you for having NABSE be a part of this great discussion today.
Thank you, Dr. King. And now I have the distinct honor and pleasure to introduce the President and CEO of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Ms. Beverly Smith.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll say soror porter, but it's proud to just watch all of you in terms of seeing the membership that's there. Now, you know, I truly believe that Black women, no matter what organization they're in, are strong and always rise to the surface. But I'm especially proud of the Black women at Howard University who are putting this on. And obviously Howard means a lot to me as the founding of Delta Sigma Theta, which I've been a member of for 53 years this year, long time. And the founding of that organization in terms of being a part of Howard is important to me. I also am proud of Howard because my son-in-law, my children went to FAMU, but he went to med school at Howard University and was raised in the public education system in Chicago, but now is one of the few cardiothoracic surgeons in the country that do heart transplant and lung transplants using robotics. That's Howard University and public education in terms of the importance of that and what that means to all of us. I will share with you when I look at the fact that you're talking to educators and mothers, and I see myself in those roles. And there are no corporate women because some of you have corporate backgrounds as well. But as one who right before she retired led the adult education programs in Georgia with 70,000 students, and I had over 1,200 educators under my reign is something, so I know how you feel, I guess is what I would say. We are so proud to sponsor this. The importance of you and what you do and who you are is incredibly significant to this country. I think, again, it's Black women whose voices need to be heard, Black women who need to take the lead. I can't stay with you long, but I tried to think of what would be a good way to introduce this topic and why it's important to me that Delta Sigma Theta sponsor this as an organization. There's 3 quotes I want to leave you with that I think are important and relate. Now, they're from very different people. The first one is from Dolly Parton. It is about leadership. And when I look at what it says about leadership, it really struck home. I had to go and find quotes that made sense for this session. Dean Williams, I'm one who also likes quotes and enjoys finding them and finding some that are really relevant to where we are today. What Dolly says is, if your actions create a legacy that inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, then you are an excellent leader. I think in the seats that you sit, the fact that what you're doing every day in your leadership roles, working with those students and those teachers, is inspiring them to do just that. Learn more, dream more, do more, and become more. Without the essential workers we have in education, there is no way this country could be what it is today. Without you doing what you do and making sure you inspire those children to see something different, and inspiring teachers more than that, which is sometimes tougher than inspiring children. I know that because having worked with as many teachers as I have and understanding how difficult a job that is and how frustrating it can be, it's important. Which leads me to my next quote, which is a good soar, Lena Horne. And Lena Horne said, "You have to be taught to be second class. You're not born that way." When you think about the environment that our children are in, and we know they come here as strong men and women, and that our teachers and our educators and our leaders start off that way. There are so many things in this country, especially right now, that can teach us mentally to be second-class citizens. We have a responsibility, all of us, because every educator, every leader is a social activist, to make sure we don't allow that to happen, that we keep them the strong people, understanding the grace they have because they are born with it. And there's not a way to take that away. The last quote I'll leave with you is one that I use a lot of times at Delta Sigma Theta. We have a program called Delta Care. If you don't take care of your body, where will you live? Ladies, this is something that Black women do not do well, because we do, as Sora Griot said in the beginning, Dr. Griot said, you know, we don't put that oxygen mask on, and putting that oxygen mask on and taking care of ourselves is critically important. Focus. I'm so pleased that one of the things you have as a topic you're going to talk about is self-care and taking care of who you are as an individual, because that makes you strong. It gives you an example for others to follow, and it helps to make sure you can go the long term with what we have to do. Thank you for today. It's an exciting agenda. I wish I could stay with you the entire day. Unfortunately, I have another meeting that I have to go to, but I appreciate all you're doing and all that you will continue to do to support the educators of this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sora Smith. And now I'm excited to transition us to our first session. Shamara Wilkins is a proud Baltimorean. She is a third-year doctoral student in educational leadership and policy studies at Howard University. Shamara has been an educator for 14 years, beginning her career as a teacher in the Baltimore City Public Schools. She also spent 5 years teaching at the American International School in Bucharest, Romania. Shamara earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Maryland at College Park and a master's degree from Bowie State University. She is also a UCEA Jackson Scholar. And please welcome Shamara Wilkins.
Good morning, everyone. It is my honor and my pleasure to introduce the first keynote speaker. This is one of my favorite mentors, and professors, at Howard University. Me and my other cohort members affectionately call her the Beyonce of research. Dean Leslie T. Fenwick is Dean in Residence at the American Association of Colleges for Teachers Education and Dean Emeritus of Howard University School of Education, and a tenured professor of the education policy. A former visiting scholar at Harvard University, she is the recipient of the W.E.B. Du Bois Leadership in Higher Education Award for being a fearless advocate for education equity. Dr. Fenwick has delivered invited keynotes at more than 400 national and international convenings. Her research and commentary have been cited by the New York Times, Washington Post, Boston Globe, Huffington Post, and diverse issues in higher education. Dr. Fenwick is a contributing author to the best-selling book, The Last Words, The Best Controversies and Commentaries in Education. Her forthcoming book is Jim Crow's Pink Slip, Public Policy and the Near Decimation of Black Educational Leadership After Brown. She is also a member of the Scholarly Advisory Committee, the 11-person committee of national scholars that helped to set the intellectual agenda and exhibition content for the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. I told you guys, she is the Beyonce of research. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Dean Leslie Fenwick.
Good morning, and thank you, Ms. Wilkins, for welcoming me to this inaugural convening. I especially want to thank Dr. Griot for having the vision to productively bring us together and for taking the time to ensure that all the details of our gathering were attended to. So if even in cyberspace, I would like us to lovingly applaud her. And I'm certain that we'll see more of Dr. Griot on the national stage. Also, let's give a round of applause to the graduate students who have worked tirelessly, literally night and day, to bring us together and build this space for us. Our doctoral students are the crown jewel of Howard University, and they will, as you will see, forwardcast our nation and the global community. And finally, I'm honored to share the program with the Delta Sigma Theta National President, Dorothy Evans Smith. My beautiful and loving mom, Mrs. Faye Fenwick, was a Delta. And Dr. King, thank you for being here, for underwriting our program. We are especially pleased that the National Alliance of Black School Educators sees the convening as an important occasion. Well, for those of you assembled here today in front of your screens, you're not just leaders, you're exemplars. And this means that all eyes are on you. So how do you go further when you're already an exemplar? And what do you do when you're mindful that others are watching you? Those who are watching you may be supporters, mentoring you to higher ground. Some will be antagonistic to your advancement and try to undo your psyche, sense of self and progress. And others will be friendly competitors in an iron sharpens iron kind of way. Whatever the circumstances, how do you as an exemplar continue to move to higher ground? And I believe that in order for our nation and the world to progress, that leaders like you, the exemplars, are called upon to live the principles of authentic leadership by remaining anchored in a sense of virtuous purpose and moral strength. Virtuous purpose and moral strength. So I've titled my remarks this morning, Being an Exemplar. And there are 4 core ideas that shape my discussion with you. First, you lead from who you are. So be careful about who you are. And this saying is not equivalent to that idea that great leaders are born, not made. This reality requires that the leader monitor and be self-reflective and corrective about her values, thinking, habits, and characters. Exemplars seek to be the most balanced person in their community. You lead from who you are. You lead from who you are. Be careful about who you are. The second core idea in my remarks is that leaders project who they are onto and into the organization. Exemplars understand that the outward expression of leadership is a direct reflection of her internal circumstances and landscape. So exemplars consistently and constantly ask themselves, what do I see around me? Do I see chaos? Do I see confusion? Or do I see productivity? And do I see peace? Do I see lethargy and apathy? What do I see around me, and how am I responsible for what I see around me? Third, as leaders, Black leaders, do you know who we really are as a people, as Black people? Have you really read our history? Have you interrogated and refuted and fought against the litany of pathology that dominates research and social commentary about our community? As I tell my doctoral students, don't earn these degrees and titles and then talk about Black students, Black families, Black women, Black men, Black communities like you didn't come from one. Do you know our community? And are you actively resisting and not reproducing the litany of pathology that dominates research and social commentary in our community? Fourth, the enemies of authentic leadership are, and I hope you pay attention to these, and these reflections come from 25 years in higher ed and K-12 leadership. The enemies of authentic leadership are crass careerism, duplicity, self-aggrandizement, lack of vision, lack of imagination, and acquisitiveness, not inquisitiveness, but acquisitiveness, seeking to always acquire for yourself at the expense of those whom you serve as leader. Those are the enemies of authentic leadership: crass careerism, duplicity, self-aggrandizement, lack of vision, lack of imagination, and acquisitiveness. So my discussion now presents 4 lessons that I've learned from teaching leadership courses and working with leaders in a variety of settings: corporate settings, higher ed settings, nonprofit settings, and also working as a university administrator and K-12 administrator for the past 25 years. I have 4 lessons, and I'm mindful of our time as well. Lesson number 1, enlightened leaders like you, the exemplars, always pay attention to context. They pay attention to context because context matters. All leadership is contextual. Contextual leadership is the ability to understand an evolving environment and to capitalize on that evolution, those evolving trends. Context is not theoretical. In fact, right now, each of you in front of these screens, those of you who are superintendents and principals and deans and professors, you are leading during an extremely remarkable era of political and social shifts, not only in this nation, but abroad, throughout the entire world. Most of the shifts that we're seeing are driven by demographic changes, the looming eradication of a racist economic, political, and social structure, wealth consolidation, and the worldwide movement of people as immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers. Some people are pursuing peace and are forced from their war-torn homelands where the institutions of government have failed them. Others have been uprooted because of natural disasters, and still others suffer homelessness and hunger as they seek economic security and life's basic necessities. Children are most impacted worldwide by these deleterious conditions. Sadly, 1/4 of the world's children live in conflict or disaster. That's 535 million innocent children, 535 million innocent souls affected by the conditions that I spoke of earlier. So how do these shifts look in the US? One huge change is coming. I actually believe it's already here. Demographers tell us that by the year 2044, in a mere 27 years, and for the first time in the nation's history, most American citizens will be people of color, primarily African American and Hispanic Latino. Recently, demographers have suggested that this first ever shift may be closer, more like 2024. I believe it's here, now, 2020. Linguistic diversity is also on the rise. Today, almost 20% of Americans speak a language other than English at home, mainly Spanish, Haitian Creole, Chinese, Arabic, or Somali. And nearly 80%, those of you in K-12 leadership know this, that nearly 80% of English language learners, ELL students, are US, not foreign born. As the nation's citizenry grows more diverse, so too will its workforce. This means you, the exemplars, need to be knowledgeable and supple about how to work toward a unity of ends around an array of cultural histories, assumptions, and ways of being in the world. It's not easy to rule well, nor will it be easy to lead in a diverse and complex world. Lesson number 2. Exemplars use virtuous purpose and moral strength, virtuous purpose and moral strength to move organizations from outdated to progressive ways of being. And I define leadership simply as the ability to influence thought. This involves holding a vision and mobilize people to act. This involves progress toward a specific goal that's aligned with the vision. Are you able to influence thinking and mobilize people to act? That's my definition. But I think I like Akua's definition, Dr. Chika Akua's definition, even better than my own. And he states that leadership is organizing and mobilizing people and other resources to meet needs and solve problems. So from these definitions and others in the research literature, we know that there are some essential functions of leaders. They communicate, they activate. We also know that day in and day out, that leadership involves problem solving. And I believe that we must never lose sight of the ideals of the authentic leader who is anchored in virtuous purpose and has moral strength. To be anchored in virtuous purpose and have moral strength, authentic leaders must endeavor to eliminate superficiality in all of their interactions, addressing each problem at its roots. Leaders must utilize and exercise careful scrutiny, which is the conscious act of probing beneath the surface to discover the true cause of each effect, to discover the true cause of the problem before her. Careful scrutiny is not a solitary, alone act. It's a community act between the leader and followers that requires consultation, it requires collaboration, it requires co-creation of a mutual new reality. In this regard, leaders are not advancing their values, rather they are advancing collective values, which in the best case scenario should be universal values of respect and dignity and love. And these are the abiding values that uplift and advance humanity. Authentic leaders strive for transformation, and they understand that transformation is a state of being. Much of the conflict that we see in the world and in our lives is because we disagree about our beingness, about the nature of women, the nature of men, our origin, our rights, our destiny. Conflict arises from a worldview, and we see this worldview in our daily lives, whether we're in our homes or in our schools and other places of business. Conflict arises from a worldview that emphasizes material interests and produces win-lose outcomes, whereas a worldview that emphasizes universal human needs, such as self-determination, love, respect, dignity, security, is more likely to produce enduring change. A leader who relates to problem solving, whether you're a superintendent, a principal, a dean, a professor, a student, a leader who relates to problem solving from a solely material viewpoint isn't capable of the same type of comprehensive thinking demonstrated by a leader committed to a more universal consciousness, because the material approach ignores the deeper, more eternal values of life that run beneath the material. So here's the risk for you. You out there, you exemplars, you superintendents, you principals, you deans, you corporate leaders. Here's the risk for you. The risk is about your own consciousness. What is your consciousness? You must understand that it's a mistake to believe that material problems of the world can only be solved by material means. In this evolving world, problems will need to be resolved from a higher level than the one at which they initially appear, particularly those problems like racism that seem intractable. A problem-solving approach that's from a solely material viewpoint will yield suffering for one or both parties. And because in this world, to date, we've embraced a material consciousness and not a universal consciousness as our problem-solving strategy, most of the world's ongoing conflicts continue to be fueled by deep-seated, unresolved antagonisms and hurts, the core of which are related to universal human needs, such as love, respect, dignity, and security. So exemplars, you understand that personal and organizational conflict resolution can be achieved by seeking to fulfill fundamental human aspirations that rather than by simply granting wishes for material gains. To achieve and maintain balance, both personally and in the work environment, The authentic leader differentiates between wants and needs and strives toward the fulfillment of needs. The fulfillment of needs can yield self-realization and actualization for leaders and followers alike. So as an exemplar, I encourage you to think about the difference between wants and needs this way. Apply my rubric and see how it affects how you seek to manage conflict. See if it clearly communicates and produces good outcomes for all, the individuals in your work environment, the leaders in your work environment, and the other individuals and stakeholders in your environment. So here's the balance of wants and needs. People want sympathy, but they need empathy. People want riches, but people need fulfillment. People want fame. What they need is appreciation. People want power. What they need is support and opportunity. People want domination. What they need is protection. People want prestige. What they need is recognition and acceptance. People want freedom. What they need is purposefulness and decision-making authority. And people even want intoxication, but what they need is sublime awareness and self-actualization. What are your wants and needs? What are the wants and needs that predominate in your work environment? Lesson number 3. Exemplars lead in this order: with character, with competence, compassion, and courage. 4 C's: character, competence, compassion, and courage. And they have 10 common traits that I'd like to discuss. And as I discuss these traits, I'm going to ask you a few questions. And you can just respond to yourself or those who you're with by saying yes or no. Authentic leaders have these 10 traits. First, they love people and they're sensitive to their emotional needs. Here are the questions that go with that trait. Are you a thoughtful and careful steward of the people within your care? Do you mobilize resources for the use, benefit, and growth of the organization and not for your personal aggrandizement? Do you think about others or yourself first? Whose interests do you act on first? Whose interests do you act on first, yours or others? And do you consistently do what's best for the collective, or do you consistently do what's best for yourself? Number 2, authentic leaders who are exemplars help people feel happy and secure. Yes, there's a place for happiness in the workplace. Do you create a happy, peaceful, and productive workplace? Or do you produce or reproduce a toxic work environment? Are you duplicitous? Or are you sincere in your words and actions? And do you guide and protect those within your care? Number 3, exemplars create lasting value at all times. Do you know and appreciate your organization's productive ways and understand its dysfunctional ways? Do you think about how to live in the present so that the future will have more value? Authentic leaders, number 4, are philosophers. They seek to convey and live by abiding truth. Do you study the consequence of actions and consider enduring questions such as, what's real here? Who will benefit from what I'm proposing to do? Who or what will be harmed by what I'm proposing to do? What is power? What is security? What is ambition? What is aspiration? What is wealth? Number 5, the authentic leader leads from the inside out, knowing that character is power despite the countervailing evidence. Character is power. Do you believe that where character is strong, there will be a constant desire to be uplifted in all aspects of life? Do you exemplify the view that character and integrity are invaluable assets that are cultivated in and through all activities? Authentic leaders lead from the inside out and know that where there's no character, there is no leadership. Where there's no character, there is no leadership. It's called something else. If you don't see character, it's not called leadership. I haven't come up with the word, but it's not leadership. Number 6, they're principle-centered. Do you abide by the universal laws of fairness, equity, justice, integrity, honesty, and truth? These are universal laws. Equity, fairness, justice, integrity, honesty, and truth. Do you abide by these laws? Do you work at being bigger on the inside than you are on the outside? When pressured, do you consistently take the high road or the low road? Which way do you go? Number 7, authentic leaders, exemplars like you, are powerful visionaries. Are you an expansive thinker and imaginer who inspires belief and grows enthusiasm for higher visions of self and the collective? Can you call into being that which does not yet exist? Number 8, authentic leaders keep everyone engaged according to their propensities. Do you gather an accurate inventory of your followers' strengths and needs and delegate accordingly? Do you distribute leadership throughout your organization, mindful that talent exists all around you? Numbers 9 and 10, authentic leaders who are exemplars are experts at delegation and empowerment. Do you realize that micromanagement of subordinates communicates mistrust and disrespect for individuals' expertise and decision-making authority? And number 10, authentic leaders are servant leaders who leave behind a culture of enduring excellence. Do you want your dynamic vision to expand, grow, and continue to enthuse? Do you live and will you leave a legacy? Do you cultivate and add value wherever you go? Do you mentor and encourage others at various levels of the organization? Do you look for talent in the organizations where others have not looked? Do you look for talent where others haven't looked? And do you value diversity in all its myriad and evolving forms at every level and welcome it to leadership? As you can tell from the questions I've asked you, and as you know, leadership is not a memo and it's not easy. Like in skiing or playing the djembe drum, there's always a new peak to attain when you're leading and leading well. As exemplars, you also know that leadership is devotional. It's a calling. And because it's a calling, it's sacrificial. The authentic leader understands leadership as stewardship and not entitlement. Authentic leaders produce good results, good fortune, prosperity for all, not just the leader. To the contrary, driven leaders are focused on recognition, and the resource and acclaim flows only to that leader. This often results in harm to others in the organization, and in the end is detrimental for the organization's reputation, productivity, and morale. So where do you choose to fall? As an authentic leader, producing good results, fortune, prosperity for the organization? Or are you a driven leader seeking recognition, resources, and acclaim for yourself at the expense of the institution? Exemplars transform organizations into spaces where all people can move in the direction of wholeness and the fullness of his or her humanity. And the authentic leader stimulates a transformation and continual progress of people, empowering and inspiring others toward goodness. At the end of the day, if your leadership is not about seeding and growing and inspiring yourself and others to goodness, I think it's purposeful. Exemplars empower other people on their journey. They understand that leadership is a we, not an I proposition. The fourth and final lesson that I've reflected on about authentic leadership is that exemplars, those who are activating authentic leadership, consistently monitor and correct their own thinking so that they act in ways that eradicate racism, sexism, and classism. They move themselves and others from toleration of differences to celebration of diversity and inclusion. Exemplars know that racism, sexism, and classism are not natural. They're learned behaviors, and they have an evil impact. And exemplars consciously work to eradicate these evils and their deleterious effects on human potential. Exemplars have distinct ways of knowing and being in the world. Often, as exemplars learn and grow, they transition from different ways of knowing and being in the world. And these ways of knowing and being, I think, can be categorized in one of 4 ways. And these are how I've named them. And I want you to ask yourself what kind of knower you are. The kind of knower you are will affect the kind of leader you are. Are you a silenced knower? Are you a received knower? Are you a subjective knower? Are you a procedural knower? And the 5th, not 4th, but 5th is, are you a constructed knower? So what's your way of knowing and being? Are you growing from one kind of knower into another? Do you understand that the way you know shapes how you perceive and listen to others? The way you know shapes how you lead. So let's look at some of these knowers on the continuum and think about your strengths and areas of growing edge or shortcoming. What are your strengths and what's your growing edge relative to these kinds of knowers? Are you a silenced knower? If you feel an extreme sense of isolation, if you fear authority and believe that you have no independent voice, you're a silenced knower. Silenced knowers have a profound lack of confidence in their own meaning making and meaning sharing ability. Are you a received knower? You perceive knowledge as a set of absolute truths received from infallible authorities. Received knowers simply receive and repeat the knowledge and words of authority. Received knowers tend to find disagreement, paradox, or ambiguity intolerable, since these violate their black-white absolutist notions of knowledge. Are you a subjective knower, recognizing the self as an authority? Subjective knowers rely on their own subjective thoughts, feelings, and experiences for knowledge and truth. They rely on their gut instincts. Subjective knowers consider knowledge and truth to be inherently personal and subjective, to be experienced rather than intellectualized. Subjective knowers often block out conflicting opinions of others, but they may seek the support and affirmation of those in agreement with them. Procedural knowers recognize that multiple sources of knowledge exist, and that procedures are necessary for evaluating the relative merit of those sources. Procedural knowers focus on methods and techniques for evaluating the accuracy of external truth and the relative worth of authority. Finally, constructed knowers recognize the interrelatedness of knowledge, knowing, and the knower. They consider all knowledge as constructed, and they understand that knowledge is inherently mutable. It's inherently changeable. It's subject to time. It's subject to space, experience, and context. And they see knowledge as a constant process of construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction. Constructed knowers come to this position after intensive self-reflection. They can engage, they're those people that you know, or you're one of them, that can engage in real talk, the ability to really listen, to actively share and cooperate while maintaining their own voice undiminished. The position of constructed knowledge often involves enormous empathetic potential and ability. Empathetic potential, a capacity to feel connected with another person despite potentially enormous differences. So where are you on this knowers continuum, those 5 knowers? And how do you use this information about how you know to strategically fight your own and others' proclivities toward racism, sexism, and classism? Exemplars like you operate from a higher consciousness and seek to create a world where all humans can reach their highest and best potential. In closing, I want to stress that the world right now, the world of our schools, the world of our communities and neighborhoods, the world of our nation, and the world itself needs courageous and intelligent and dedicated leaders. We need leaders who know something, who can do something. So I'd like to paraphrase Dr. Martin Luther King as I close out. I believe that in this period of transition and growing social change, we will need leaders who are positive and calm. We need leaders who avoid the extremes of hot-headedness and Uncle Tomism. Yeah, that's still a word. We need leaders who understand the issues at a deep tissue level. We need you to be smart and informed. We need leaders who know something and have done something positive and serious. We need leaders who are not superficial in their knowledge or ways of being. We need leaders like you who are of sound integrity. We need leaders in love, not in love with publicity, but in love with justice. We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with humanity. And we need leaders who can subject their egos to the greatness of the cause. A time like this, I believe, demands great souls with pure hearts and ready hands. Leaders whom the lust of office doesn't kill. Leaders whom the spoils of life can't buy off. Leaders who possess opinions and a will. Leaders who will not lie. We need leaders who live above the fog in public duty and in private thinking. And this is one of the great needs of our hour. But as we move on all over this nation, we need dedicated, courageous, intelligent leaders, leaders with a vision. And as one of my outstanding doctoral students, Ashley Gray, always says, Dean Fenwick, Dr. Fenwick, we need leaders with imagination. And she's right. We need leaders with imagination. Remember, you will answer for how you lead. Do you carry peace on your feet and productivity in your hands? Whom and what have you raised up and restored? Whom and what have you raised up and restored? Are you worthy? Or are you awash with toxicity, self-seeking, and weakness in your soul? And if so, hashtag sit down. Hashtag be still. Don't spread that toxicity. Talk to Iyanla this afternoon. Heal yourself before you try to lead. Exemplars can see what does not yet exist and call it into being. This is the hallmark of an authentic leader, to be able to see what doesn't exist and call it into being for the greater good. As exemplars, I believe you are doing this and will continue to do this. You will tear down the fences that divide. You will move the walls that imprison. You will reach out, you will build anew, and in so doing, you will show the world that there is freedom on the other side. And you will show the world that the virtuous high ground is the strategic high ground as well. So I thank you for leading the way. I thank you for inviting me to share my perspectives and reflections about leadership. And I hope that you continue to be blessed and that you are a blessing to others as you lead. The final thing I'll say is that these notes are taken from a forthcoming book, my forthcoming book on leadership, The Way of the Exemplar. So if you didn't get the notes, the book is coming out. And I congratulate you this morning for taking the time to contribute to this very important conversation and convening. It's critical that Black women step into a new type of leadership if this world is to be healed and move forward. So thank you again for inviting me to share my perspectives.
Dr. Fenwick, we want to say thank you, and I have several pages of notes. I look forward to your book.
Thank you.
So now we are going to transition to our introduction video because we know some of you have missed it. So let's take a minute and view that, and we're going to check in with our artists right after the video. And now, we're going to check in with Sasha. Sasha, how are we doing?
Things are going very well. I'm inspired. I took notes using my sketchbook, and there were a lot of great notes about taking care of yourself. And so that's basically what I'm doing. It's a painting of a woman putting her mask on first before she takes care of her community, her students, her people, her family. The titles are endless of the amount of people that we as women, especially women of color, take care of. Sometimes we are the village. And so that's how I put her on the canvas here.
I love it. I can't wait to see the final result. We'll check back in with you a little later.
All right, thank you.
So we are ready to move on to our first panel discussion, Black superintendents using our leadership as activism. I'm going to introduce Ms. Zakia Ali. She is a second-year educational leadership and policy studies doctoral student. She is a proud descendant of enslaved Africans in the United States and the great-great-granddaughter of sharecroppers, landowners from Alabama. She is a proud graduate of Virginia State University and is a lifelong learner, former high school teacher, former adjunct instructor at New York University, as well as content methods instructor at Teachers College, Columbia University. As a professional, Zakia has provided numerous racial equity trainings and technical assistance to very large and small school districts throughout New York State, New York City Department of Education, the United Federation of Teachers and Educators globally. Zakia loves her family and is an entrepreneur who recently launched ZakiaAli.com and Rebuilding Timbuktu, which is a virtual intergenerational read aloud reading group that centers the scholarship of Black authors as primary sources of knowledge, expertise, and empowerment. And now I bring to you Zakia Ali.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us. This is so empowering. I feel great. And it is my pleasure and it is my honor right now to introduce Dr. Alston. I mean, just her name alone, Dr. Alston. Get ready to be wowed and moved by Dr. Judy Alston. She is a prolific speaker, writer, and professor of education at Ashland University. Dr. Alston's research is vast, and it includes Black female school superintendents, servant leadership, and LGBT issues in educational leadership. She is degreed up, y'all. She has so many degrees, but she's that leader that you heard Dr. Fenwick describing. Get your pens ready and help me to welcome Dr. Judy Alston.
Good morning. I'm so grateful that we started at 10 a.m. You have no idea. It is good. It's really good to be here. So excited. To say that I'm honored to be here cannot encompass the feelings I'm having in this moment. In the fall of 1993, I left South Carolina. I'm a native of Charleston, South Carolina. I left South Carolina. I left teaching in Columbia, South Carolina, actually in Casey, right next to Columbia, South Carolina, to move to Pennsylvania to begin work on my PhD at the Pennsylvania State University. And that was in 1993 in August. I was the only Black female in that PhD program and had been the only Black female in their PhD program, I believe, like 15 years or so. In the fall of 1995, I began my dissertation research on Black female superintendents. That eventual work was completed in June of 1996, and it was entitled, and I had to write this down because you never remember the title of your dissertation. It just goes away, but Black Female School Superintendents and Success, a study of perceptions regarding constraints and facilitators encountered en route to the superintendency. For far too many years, I was one of 2 or 3 researchers who actually did work on Black female school superintendents. And so today I am just excited and elated to be here with 7 Black women superintendents. Now, Zakia, you know I'm a preacher, so I had to go there, right? As a preacher, I know that the number of 7 is connected with concepts such as completion, exoneration, and fulfillment of promises. So for me, this is a full circle moment. Yet it's morphing into a moment as we move forward. It's not complete. That first part is done, but it's not complete. There's still work to do. And so today we have 7 tempered radicals, those who rock the boat from within, those who, as I said in my book, Her Stories, and I love quotes too. So today I'll quote my own self. I'll quote my own book. We have women who are determined to lead in spaces that were not designed for them to lead or be successful. And yet, here we are. They are there, they are successful, and there will be more coming in the future. So thank you for having me here today. I'm excited, I'm looking forward to this, and we're just gonna go ahead and kick this thing off and get started. Our first speaker is Dr. Sharon Contreras. Dr. Contreras is a record breaker and history maker. In 2011, she became the first woman of color in New York State's history to serve as superintendent of one of the state's largest districts when she took over the Syracuse City School District. As superintendent, she increased graduation rates and decreased dropout rates. As the current superintendent of Guilford County Schools in North Carolina, she is singularly focused on one goal: to improve the life outcomes for every single student. We are certain she will meet these goals and more. So please welcome Dr. Sharon Contreras.
Good morning, everyone. It's so good to be here with my sisters. I want to thank Howard University and NABSE, AASA, and certainly to greet all of my sister superintendents and aspiring superintendents and other leaders who are just here to be with their sisters this morning. It is always empowering. I know one of the things we were asked to do was to tell our leadership story. So superintendents can be somewhat like preachers, as you said, and we cannot tell a leadership story in 7 minutes. But I can just tell you quickly how I got here to give you a sense. When I was in first grade, there was a Halloween parade. And I went to school in my Halloween outfit. And the students asked me, "Who are you?" And I said, "Phyllis Wheatley." My mother literally made me a Phyllis Wheatley costume. While they were princesses, ladybugs, butterflies, I was Phyllis Wheatley. I went on to become an English teacher. The rest is history. It's an exciting time to be a superintendent. It's a stressful time to be a superintendent. But I'm excited about the equity work occurring across the nation. There are so many people who have been outraged yet inspired by the events that have happened with the deaths of so many innocent Black people right before our eyes. But now the advocates and protesters are demanding change in K-12 education. And they're really focusing on policing in schools. And we know that's critical because our communities are over-policed. But discipline policies are just the tip of the iceberg for us. We really have to dig deeper because we sort of excuse what's been happening in schools because we say it's just symptomatic of society. We refuse to hold the mirror up and say we are perpetuating the same kind of racism in our school systems. When we look at who we hire in schools, the teachers that we hire, and that 80% of teachers are still white. When we look at enrollment in AP and IB classes, gifted programs, when we look at external education funding, how funding comes into the system, when we look at funding across between schools, when we look at who gets access into our magnet programs and specialized programs, specialized schools, when we review the standardized test scores, the huge opportunity and achievement gaps, graduation rates, college readiness tests, and just the quality of the assignments that students are giving every day, we know that we have to do something at the policy level about each of the items that I'm missing. And I'm sure I just forgot to mention some. But focusing exclusively on the achievement gap or closing the achievement gap distracts us, I think, from dealing with the systemic decisions that are actually driving the academic achievement gap, which is actually rooted in the racial wealth inequities and inequality in this country. And focusing on that achievement gap hinders us from addressing the root causes of that. And I think that's really important as superintendents, that we focus on the structural issues so that we address racial justice in its totality. That means as superintendents, we have to improve, or we have a role in improving the economic outcomes of our communities. And if you're sitting there asking, what does that have to do with us? That's not in our purview. It is in our purview, because we have to review the discipline policies that contribute to school to prison pipelines, that contribute to mass incarceration, that we have to review our labor policies in our school systems that lead to the underemployment of specific groups of people. We have to review the fairness of our basic business practices, procurement, who receives contracts, because mass incarceration, underemployment, and poor economic outcomes extract wealth from our communities, and we are playing a role in that in our school systems. Most of all, we have to prepare every single student for democracy. We have to encourage them to vote. We have to inspire them to commit to social justice. And we have to help all of the students, no matter what their station is in life, to see one another so that they fight together for a more just world. Just this week, I was on a panel for North Carolina on educational equity, and they asked me, have we arrived in this country, because I was the first Afro-Latina appointed as superintendent in Guilford County, which is one of the largest 50 school districts in the country. It made me reflect on the myth of a post-racialized society since the election of President Obama. And we have made gains. I think Sharon mentioned earlier that 26% of all superintendents are women, but when you reflect on more than 70% of the teachers are women, we have a long way to go. Only 8% of all superintendents are of color. All of the superintendents are moving forward in terms of their tenure. The tenure of the superintendency are increasing, except for one demographic, Black women. That's the one group where we see the tenure is not improving. I encourage aspiring superintendents to read Great Expectations, How About Black Superintendents. It's an article in the New York Times from 1996, and it speaks to how Black and brown people are only asked to be superintendents in districts once the demographics have changed to become primarily Black and Latino. The tax base is eroding, the facilities are dilapidated, student achievement results have declined, and then we become the lightning rods for all that is wrong in public education. And then no one rallies around us. We are the blame for it. I have been so encouraged to see everyone rallying around Mayor Tisha Lance Bottoms. But I don't see that same rally for superintendents as we deal with these crises. I see superintendents of color picked off one by one. Even though our job is even more massive, we have larger budgets than cities, we are the largest employer, and we are the keepers of the dream who make the Keisha Bottoms even possible. I understand why this happens. I mean, because most of us don't understand how government works. So when we don't get a raise, we think it's the superintendent or the board. When our classrooms don't have the materials, we don't understand that's a cut in the state funding, and they're not funding us appropriately. So we are the face for everything that goes wrong. When we push on you to end that school to prison pipeline and to rethink the suspensions, you think about, wow, what am I supposed to do? I'm really struggling in the classroom. So we understand why we do that, why you are concerned. But I want you to understand that we are still educators and we are fighting on your behalf. But you have a responsibility to understand what is happening in education so that you can support these leaders, specifically women leaders of color who are fighting for our children, for our very posterity. We're never on magazine covers as the Black female superintendents. We're CEOs of multi-million-dollar companies, of, in some cases, billion-dollar organizations. We're not in children's books. We've never been on the cover of Essence. We aren't in anthologies or in books about those women who contributed to American history. Even our own sororities and women's organizations, they never mention us at our national convenings, as though we're second class to other CEOs and have made no contributions. But I just encourage all of you today to keep pushing. And I give you this bit of advice. If you want to be successful, help other women be successful. Support women of color in leadership. I'm so grateful for the 19th century sheroes who founded schools and taught for free. I'm here because of them. I'm grateful for my internship under Arlene Ackerman, for the training of Barbara Moore Pulliam, for the guidance of Carol Johnson and Rosa Atkins, of the lessons from Marie Goodloe Johnson. We're here because of them, of the leadership of Linda Lane, of Barbara Sizemore, of Ruth B. Love. We are here because of those female superintendents, those Black women who were some of the first to lead the nation's large districts. And I just want to say, we who believe in freedom for all of our children, we cannot rest until it comes. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. You brought to mind one thing, and it's an old book called, it's by Hugh Scott, 1980, The Black Superintendent, Messiah or Scapegoat. And unfortunately, that's where we still are, but we can do exceedingly and abundantly greater things. And that's what we're about today. So thank you so much for sharing. Our next superintendent that will be sharing with us today is Dr. Wanda Cook Robinson. She states, if we want better systems, we must build them. Dr. Wanda Cook Robinson, an instructional architect. She is the superintendent of Oakland County Schools in the state of Michigan. Dr. Cook Robinson is highly credentialed and a most dedicated community member. Under her leadership, Oakland County Schools is dedicated to providing services directly to students through the Oakland Schools technical campuses, early college programs, and other initiatives. In addition to working directly to provide high-quality professional development and personal learning opportunities for educators. Please welcome Dr. Wanda Cook Robinson.
Good morning. I want to thank AASA, NABSE, Howard University, my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated, for the opportunity to be here with all of you today to discuss a topic that is near and dear to my heart: Black women as educational leaders, mothers, and activists during this era of Black Lives Matter. And I'd like to just briefly share my story with you. You know, growing up, I looked to Black women around me for role models. I observed Black women speaking boldly and with authority on the block, at home, at church, and sometimes in school. They were strong with the determination and zeal to get things done. And at that young age, you know, I had an opportunity to build my essence and my sense of self as to who I would become. It all started by looking around and admiring several Black women in my environment. The first was my mother. She taught me survival. Through the power of integrity, my mother taught me that character, honesty, and fairness revealed the true essence of a person. She taught me how to keep my head up and how to bounce back when life didn't go my way. I learned to always make the right decision when it counted most and when the world bumped my head. And when the world bumped my head, my mother said to me, don't turn back, but keep moving forward. My older sister, Dr. Evelyn Mahmoud Jones, gave me a front row seat to learning the principles of compassion, honesty, dedication, commitment, and of course, a sense of style. Through our many adventures together and professional collaborations, these principles provided a pathway that enabled me to be the best that I could be as I started on this journey. Representative Shirley Chisholm, politician, activist, and educator. She became the first African-American Congresswoman in 1968. And although I was only a child at the time, I'm old now, but I was a child at the time, I witnessed an African-American female champion education and employment opportunities for the disenfranchised. She was awesome. I strived to be half the women that they were. And today, I'm inspired by Stacey Abrams, politician, lawyer, voting rights activist, and author, a strong Black woman who represents our future, starting her activism as early as age 12. I began my journey to the superintendency over 30 years ago as a young teacher of severely emotionally impaired adolescents. I garnered a love for the teaching learning process and watching young minds develop all that they could be. I fashioned myself as an instructional architect, building educational systems where children can meet their optimum opportunities. The inherited characteristics of survival, compassion, honesty, commitment, and activism from Black women was they held my feet to the fire and put me on a path to look at school reform and Black mentorship. The path for Black women superintendents is paved with awkward cobblestones, twists, turns, peaks, and valleys. And in my professional environment, I was the first African-American teacher on staff in my school, the first African-American department director, the first African-American associate superintendent, the first African-American female superintendent in Southfield Public Schools in Michigan, and the first African-American superintendent to head an educational service agency in Michigan. We have 56 educational service agencies in Michigan, and I am still the only person of color providing leadership. As the first in my environment to hold these positions, I knew that I had to learn quickly and that the challenges may be forever present, yet I could not lose those challenges or let those challenges stifle my progress, any bold moves I needed to make, or my focus. Mentors for African-American women were extremely limited as I started my career. In my immediate environment, there was no one to show me the way and no path to follow. I knew then that it would become my responsibility to create a culture of mentorship around me for other Black women. Conscious of the fact that many of us, we don't get to where we are all by ourselves. And so in 2013, I developed a mentoring program for new superintendents of color, particularly women, taking them under my wing, helping them to develop their systems, enhance their skill sets, and engage their boards. I encourage them to sharpen their skills and, most importantly, to start that day preparing for the superintendency that I knew they could handle in the future. My commitment to fight for equity for children of color, those marginalized, and those who encountered educational challenges was forged by the strong Black women in my family, the strong Black women in history, and the strong Black women of our present. I knew that I had to focus on what I could do in my own state to impact those issues. One of the things that was very concerning to me is that in Michigan, a child's address really determines the quality of education that they could receive. And this is the case in many, many urban and high poverty districts across the country. But I wanted to do something close to home. I felt I had to take that challenge and to try to make that difference. I approached several colleagues and asked them to get on this journey with me to change. We decided that the thing that we needed to do first was to change the funding system in Michigan. So several colleagues and myself came together. We raised $1.2 million. We had an adequacy study completed. And as a result, we had data that illustrated that if you were a child in an urban district or a district of high poverty, that you needed 30% more than the base foundation allowance to have an appropriate, adequately staffed environment. Now, we are still pushing here in Michigan to make that happen, but our governor has listened to us, and she is considering the work from the school research collaborative that we put together to help make this change. We must increase the number of African-American female leaders and superintendents in our ranks. This is the only way we're going to forge that change. It is critical that we seek out and develop African-American leaders of all ages across the contingency. And so I hope through this convening today that we send out a call, and that call is to everyone that is participating today. I'm asking you to reach out and to take someone under your wing, and let's sponsor them, and let's move them along, and let's make sure they're successful. We must harness the power of our voices, the passion, and the raw authenticity to make a difference for moving forward. Thank you.
Well, I'll just say amen. How about that? Amen. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Our next speaker is Dr. Monica E. Goldson. Dr. Goldson is the superintendent of Prince George's County Public Schools. And she knows the grass is not greener on the other side. And that is why she has chosen to serve the county that cultivated her scholarship and its families and children. She's paying her good fortune forward by creating experiences that have propelled students to their highest levels of excellence, such as increased student access to dual enrollment college credit years ahead of state initiatives. Please welcome this 3-time HBCU graduate and one of Howard's own, Dr. Monica E. Goldson.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Alston. I want to thank NASBE, AASA, and of course, Howard University, who has laid the foundation to help to get me to where I am today. I'm honored to be on the panel with 6 other amazing African-American women who are trailblazers in their own right. And I appreciate the opportunity to share today. When we had the question on who are our female heroes, they're the ones I'm sitting next to today, because we are our own small sisterhood, and we are trailblazers and have an opportunity to learn from each other in this journey. My leadership track, as you shared, I am a graduate of the school system I lead now, which I am honored to be able to do. Did I ever think it would happen? Definitely not. I was raised at a time where we were told you can't be what you can't see. And of course, I had not seen African-American superintendents. You have to go to meetings such as this to see us. But I am grateful that I'm a 3-time HBCU alum. And so my family cultivated in me, in order to see it, you have to be around greatness. And so I then made sure that my educational experiences were in places where I could have authentic conversations about what we have to do to change our communities for people of color. And what better place to do that than in our own HBCUs where we can tell the truth. So I'm grateful for that experience. In this journey, what I have learned, even through this pandemic, is that you can't let a good crisis go to waste. And for us, it's an opportunity to honest and truly pull back the Band-Aid, rip it off on equity and implicit bias. But first, you have to look within yourself. You have to know that your school district has so much work that has to be done. And for us, we acknowledge that in order to embrace true equity, we had to change our own policies around what we have to do to get all of our students engaged in taking SAT. So that meant that we had to put our money where our mouth is and pay for every junior to take the SAT, no matter who you are, so that you don't have to, depending on your zip code, have access. We had to pay attention to our food insecurity and what that meant for us, what it takes to be one-on-one. And I'm grateful that my Board of Education supported a change in our own operating funds so that we could pay for Wi-Fi access instead of standing back saying, hey, oh, I wish we had. Let's stop talking about what we wish and do it. Many times for us, African-American superintendents, we're called on as if we're Olivia Pope to come in, clean it up, walk out the door, and then go to the next project. But we must do it, as Dr. Fenwick shared earlier, with a level of empathy, leadership skills and abilities, and one that cultivates our community all at the same time. For us, we've had to look at what our policies are as it relates to advanced placement participation. Who are the kids who were truly in our advanced placement courses? We have to truly look at, were we contributors to the pipeline to prison? And the truth of the matter is that we were. So until we can look within ourselves and change our own practices, then we're part of the problem. It was gut-wrenching to watch the situation with George Floyd and for him to call out for his mom. Because for us as leaders, we are our children's parents in some cases, for those parents who don't have the ability to speak out for them. And I decided to use that opportunity to have a conversation with our community around our own implicit bias. And so myself, along with 1,000 of my closest friends, are doing a book study called Bias. We're reading Biased by Dr. Jennifer Eberhardt this summer, because I refuse to allow this opportunity to go to waste. What I know is that I am the largest employer in my county. And the decisions that I make around the reopening of school, around us having true conversations around implicit bias, us being trailblazers around a public-private partnership where we can build 6 new middle schools in 3 years, and never been done before, will help to not only stimulate our economy and our county, but help to make us more informed citizens. It's honest and truly for those who want to be leaders, who are aspiring to be in this role. It's you having a true conversation with yourself about who you are and what you stand for. Because if you don't know what you stand for, you will fall for everything. And it allows you, while you're in this role, that when those times come to you, if you don't believe in it, that you have to stand firm in it and say, this is what I believe in, this is why I believe in it. And if you can't accept it, then I must move on. And we all have to realize that that's our role in this. What I know is that in many times, folks, African-American women that lead are rooted and grounded in faith. Because we are tried so many times that we can only seek each other and God in order to get us through this journey. And it's been said multiple times today, seek a mentor. Because we did not have many of those opportunities. Seek it. And we typically don't say no, because we know how hard it was for us to get to this point. So seek a mentor. We will take you on. No matter how busy we are, we know the struggles it took to get here and what it takes to remain. Research shows that many times African-American women are selected for the superintendency when boards want an instructional leader. It is now shown that they want us to be instructional leaders, to fix our communities, to close the gap on student achievement, And who else better to do that than us? I have an opportunity because not only did I graduate from the school system, I had an opportunity to walk next to some of the people that I'm asking to change. I'm asking them to change because I'm willing to change myself for our children and our generation to come. We have been chosen for a time such as this. So as much as we wonder why we're in this right now, there's no book that could prepare us for now. But what I'm saying to all of us as African-American women, we will be the case study of success. Because we have the ability to persevere. We know, because we have more book knowledge than you can imagine, because we've realized that we needed to have it in order to get to where we are. And now we are true examples of that. I am honored to be a part of this journey today. I'm grateful for that HBCU Foundation and the opportunity now to prove to our community of what we can do with the foundation that's been instilled in us. But in order to do that, we all have to have very true conversations about our own district, owning our actions, and then making change. Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, you just gonna preach up in here today, aren't you? That's what we're doing today.
That's what we're doing.
All right. You know, you said don't let a good crisis go to waste. And that reminds me of my homegirl, old school Septima Poinsett Clark, a woman of Alpha Kappa Alpha, who said, I have a great belief in the fact that whenever there's chaos, it creates wonderful thinking. I consider chaos a gift. So this crisis is too a gift for us. Thank you so much for sharing. Next up, we have Dr. Janice K. Jackson. Dr. Jackson is progressive, forward-thinking, and a boss in Chicago as the dynamic superintendent of Chicago Public Schools. She is Chicago's other hometown girl, as she has been immersed in Chicago Public Schools her entire life. She has been the founding principal in several schools, and she is focused on improving equity and high quality education in all Chicago public schools for all students. She unveiled her 5-year vision for Chicago public schools in 2019, which is a comprehensive research-based roadmap that strengthens the district's commitment areas like academic progress and integrity. Please welcome Dr. Janice K. Jackson.
Good morning. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm going to try to follow suit with both the directions and what my colleagues that went before me did today. But of course, the more you listen to people, the more inspired you become. And I just have so much that I want to get out. But I know we have 7 minutes, so I will be successful. Just to share a little bit about me, you highlighted the fact that I've been in Chicago public schools my entire life, which those of you that have both been educated and worked in a district that you now lead know that comes with a lot of benefits, but also some drawbacks. I have chosen to capitalize on the benefits that are inherent in that, specifically knowing the district, knowing the insides and out, knowing the things that need to be changed, where the low-hanging fruit lies, but also where the problems that seem to be intractable are, and how do you push on that? What has been tried and failed? What has not been tried? And so I really approach the work in that way. As you stated, I started 2 schools. I became the youngest principal in Chicago Public Schools history at the age of 26. And this really speaks to kind of like my overall philosophy, which is if you don't like something, do something about it. And when I initially went into education, my goal was to be a college professor, which is something I would still love to do one day, but immediately saw that my experience in the school system varied dramatically from the students that I was serving. And I, naively at that time thought that something had happened as opposed to this is the way that it is. And I was given something different because I came from a strong family, a 2-parent household where my father demanded an education. Our parents sought out choice, etc. So all these things kind of guide who I am today. When I think about women leaders. I'm going to talk about them throughout my remarks, but Marva Collins is somebody who I really look up to. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar, a Chicago educator who started her own school. And, you know, I always look to her as like a role model for what can be. And to really take something from kind of an idea and make it a reality has always been extremely empowering to me. And I think that that's a unique lesson that I want to share with some of the aspiring leaders who are listening on this call, which is that you can be entrepreneurial within a traditional system. Sometimes we think we have to work outside the system, against the system in order to change the system. And I believe that you can work within the system. I actually made a conscious choice to do that. And I do think you can change it, and there are opportunities to be entrepreneurial. I set a goal to be the superintendent of CPS by the age of 40, and that's exactly what happened. And you know, it wasn't easy, but I do think that there were things that I did in order to position myself. I think the first thing that's important to highlight is how unique and maybe even foolish an idea that was. We talk about the disparity in leadership, which has been highlighted throughout this discussion. But I think the other thing we didn't highlight, especially in large districts like CPS is the third largest school district, $7 billion budget. At the time that I said this, the conventional knowledge was that an educator could not run the district. It was all about getting someone with strong business acumen, and you know, you get a nice little educator on the side to lead stuff and make people feel good. But that was just not the approach. And we lost a lot of great leaders in our school system as a result of that, people who could have themselves been in a similar position but had to leave to seek out other opportunities. There were a lot of people who helped me along the way, and that's another message that I just want to kind of put a finer point on, the idea of getting a mentor. The other thing I would say around that is you need various mentors. There are different people that take you in different places. One of my mentors, Dr. Cynthia Barron, she's not an African-American woman, but she was my mentor early on. And one of the things she told me when I started to aspire to the superintendency is that I can't help you. She was like, I've never been a superintendent. You need to find somebody who can help you do that. And again, I sought out that relationship, and I have a really strong relationship with Dr. Hines, Mahalia Hines, who I know many of you know. And she was a board member of CPS at that time, but also a former principal. And she connected me with probably everybody on this call mentor, Dr. Pulliam, who everyone knows, who immediately the both of them sat me down and said, I know you want this job, but you have no idea what this job is. And for people who know me know, I think I know a little bit about everything. I'm a Gemini, that's just how I roll. But they could not have been more right. And what they did is really taught me, not only that they both recognized the gifts and talents that I brought to the table, but what they helped me realize is that that's not going to be enough, that the political challenges can eat you alive, that people will try to distract you, that they're going to pay more attention to the way you look and what you say, than what you say and what you can do. And, you know, those kind of messages along the way were extremely helpful. And that forthrightness and just honesty is something that I think we all need. Dr. Fenwick shared some really good nuggets, a lot of good nuggets in her opening remarks. But I think the one thing that came out of that I wanted to lift up is like, who tells you the truth? I'm telling you right now, if you are a leader or in any position, and if you don't have a person who tells you the truth, you're in trouble. That's the message, that's the word for today. And that person has to be somebody that you trust, but it doesn't have to be the person who tells you what you want to hear. When you're in charge, you will have more than enough people telling you how great you are, and who knows what they're saying when you're not around. But you need to surround yourself both professionally and personally, in formal relationships and in informal relationships, with people who are honest with you, because the scrutiny for superintendents is so intense. And I would say that is amplified when you are an African-American woman, which we see in all types of settings. The other thing I think that's critically important is that you have to study leadership. One of the things that I think I'm really strong in is I understand leadership inside and out. And a lot of those skills are transferable. It doesn't matter if you're in education, if you're in the corporate space, whatever. I think people need to study leadership, and they need to study psychology. One of the best books that I read was in graduate school by DC. I think his name is spelled D-E-C-I, and it's a short book and a quick read, and it talks about why we do what we do. And it's all about the motives of people in the zone of self-interest. And when you understand that, when you look for that and seek that out and use that to develop relationships and advance your mission in the organization, you can be successful. I think another point that Dr. Fenwick brought up that I really want to highlight is the importance of vision. If you don't have a vision, you will perish. We know that. We talked about faith, but it is true, because if you don't know where you're going, you will end up all over the place. And so thank you for highlighting the strategic plan in my introductory remarks. But even during this pandemic, when we're all over the place and, you know, there are just more immediate things that I'm addressing, it always goes back to the vision, and the work is aligned, and there is a way to fit what you're doing into an existing schema that makes sense. The last point I will make is around equity. Equity is a buzzword these days, and I'm happy about that, but I also want to caution us around that. If equity becomes just a thing that we do and say to make ourselves feel good, we fail, and we reproduce the status quo, as Sharon pointed out in her comments earlier. If we don't move past equity as coffee talk or a buzzword, we will fail. So how do we do that? We're not going to program our way out of this. I'm a big believer, you know, programs are nice, but that's the biggest bunch of lies Black people have been sold. You put a program out there, make people feel good and make you feel like you're doing something. And it's just like when we look at our total society. If we're not talking about economics, we're not talking about anything. So don't get focused on the cosmetic stuff. Focus on the things that matter. And in our space in education, it goes back to two things. Economics, how do we spend the money and the limited resources that we have, because they're limited everywhere. And two, academics as a focus. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm a big proponent of SEL. I believe in focusing on the core issues, getting to the root cause and all of that. But what I will say to everybody is that if we only focus on those basic needs, we fail our children. And what I used to say to my team when I was leading schools is that we have to have both high expectations and high levels of support. There is a such thing as loving somebody to death. And sometimes we do that, and I'm just gonna call it out. Sometimes as Black mamas, we really do that. And so how do we give them the things that they need, hold them to a higher standard, knowing that they need more support because the deck is stacked against them, but never losing sight of what the ultimate goal is, which is they need a high quality education. They need self-empowerment, and that's important. I won't go through a lot of the equity initiatives. We're actually going to be launching a new website that I would love to share with this group, but I will just point to just two or three of the quick programs that we've done to show how you can change things systemically. And don't get me wrong, I feel like I'm throwing a little rock in Lake Michigan. Okay, this is how it feels, but I am still determined. I get up every single day and I'm just gonna keep throwing. And if all of us are throwing something in there, eventually we will be successful. Number one, policies have to be changed. We looked at about 150 policies in our district and ran them through an equity filter to see if are these policies reproducing the same disparate outcomes that we all complain about. So getting back to Sharon's point earlier, you have power. Number two, we created an equity office with a chief equity officer who has actual power. This means he's a direct report to the CEO, and he has a budget, and economic decisions, i.e. operating budget, capital budget, has to be signed off on him. If you have a chief equity officer and they're 3 or 4 offices down and you don't talk to them and people don't know that they have connections to you, it's all symbolic. Do more. The last point is curriculum equity, which I always go back to. We are launching a project, and of course, COVID has forced us to accelerate this. And if we had it in place, it would have been an easier response. But we want to have a pre-K through 12 curriculum for all core areas online that is public facing, so that all of our students have access. So the 5th grade math class is getting the same content on the south side that they're getting on the north side. Algebra in this community looks like algebra in that community. And that is the key point. Equity, everybody has power. It's not just the mayor or the superintendent or the board. Teachers make decisions every single day that disrupt systems or reproduce the status quo. Principals do, parents do. And so that's the message I've been trying to preach. Like I said, we're just getting started. But the thing I want to leave people with is equity can't just be a buzzword. Equity in action has to be the goal. So thank you for this opportunity today.
My. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And yes, Marva Collins, 1981, the Marva Collins story with Cicely Tyson playing that lead role.
That was
Rest
good.
with me now. I love movies and videos.
Me too. Yeah.
But thank you so much for that. Equity, yes. Whew, our next speaker, I know those who are watching are just full because I'm full sitting here. Oh my goodness. Oh, our next speaker is Dr. Kyla Johnson Trammell. Dr. Johnson Trammell is the superintendent of the Oakland Unified School District, is native to Oakland and to the school district. Oakland knows her work and her commitment to the community. For the past 20 years, Dr. Johnson Trammell has developed her skills as both an educator, administrator, and community servant. She believes the time is now to turn good intentions into strong results, and she is leading and doing the work in the Oakland Unified School District to prove it. Please welcome Dr. Kyla Johnson Trammell.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm on the West Coast, y'all, so it's still early morning over here. So jealous of y'all who got a little bit more sleep, but it was definitely worth it. When the invitation came, I said I will just have an extra cup of coffee so that I could join the discussion. And so I'm honored to be here this morning. I too would like to thank AASA, NABSE, and Howard for the opportunity. We need more of these convenings because they are food for the soul and the spirit for this work that we're doing on behalf of students and families all across our country. I'm going to start off telling you a little bit about my journey. I actually did not have any planned intentions of being a superintendent or even planned intentions of going into education. I'm third generation. My grandmother was a special education teacher. My mother was a special education teacher and administrator. So I wanted to go as far away from education. And I thought I wanted to go into corporate law. I say that to say, ultimately, I'm a faith believer myself. God is in charge, and I believe that this is something that I was destined to do because I've always worked with children, even when I was in college. And so I think things just came full circle, and that my passion really has always been about service, about students, even when I didn't know it myself in an explicit way. The first person, when one of the questions was asked, was like, who is your most influential woman? The first person before I got to kind of more of our historical figures actually was my grandmother. My grandmother was the first woman in my family on my mother's side to go to college. And one of the things she instilled in me was not to let your circumstances determine your destiny or your identity. Not to let your circumstances determine your destiny or identity. And it was in everything. She's no longer living, but deep in my spirit. It was everything that she taught me through her actions, you know, from stories of growing up in Galveston, Texas, to she would always say, you could be the president and a dancer and a pianist if that's what you want to do. Just put the pedal to the metal. And so she was always about breaking boundaries, being visionary in terms of how she spoke, in terms of how she encouraged, and in terms of her expectations of my work ethic. And so I take her with me in my spirit in terms of everything that I do. So just wanted to take that time to honor her and her spirit and her legacy. And that definitely is a huge influence on my life. I would say for me, I've been a teacher in my district, lots of different positions, but one thing that I have learned and I continue to learn about leadership is the importance of authentic listening. Back to my grandmother, one of the things she instilled in me was the importance of listening. 2 ears, 1 mouth for a reason. And I think the higher that you go up in leadership, the more important that is. because you have to have ways of being in the community and really listening to what are the issues at hand, whether it's your students, your families, your teachers, your custodians, all the people who are actually doing the work to carry out your vision. And so as a leader, how are you constantly thinking about your structures, your systems, your convenings to make sure that you're really hearing what people need from the system, right? So that you can then go to all the leaders that you are leading and empower that information and that feedback. I think it's an art. I think it's a science. I mean, it's something that you intentionally have to work at. I say that because, as many of the leaders have said on this call, particularly as a Black woman leader in the superintendent role, you are in the midst of fire. And I think if you're actually doing the work of equity, you're going to make people upset, period. And so to create spaces where you're listening, you as a leader have to be in a space where you can sit comfortably in criticism and hear the harsh reality without defensiveness, to be able to listen to what's going on, you know, without getting defensive about it, to then figure out what can you do about it in your role, and then what are your expectations and directives of the people that you supervise to change what's going on. And it sounds simple, but there's a lot of attack. There's a lot of criticism on behalf of the system that you're constantly holding. You know, because I live in the same community that I serve, my kids go to school, I'm constantly wearing the hat of Kyla the person and the superintendent. When I am in these spaces and I'm the superintendent, even if there are people I've had deep relationships, I've been a union organizer, I've been a principal, I know as a superintendent, I represent the system. And so I represent the system that for many people, they feel that the system has failed them. There's a lot of distrust. And so I have to be aware of that, but still create the space so that I can hear and constantly listen to what's going on. And I feel that that is important to model and to constantly share with every leader up and down the system. From the teacher that I like to think of as the CEO of the classroom, to principals, to everybody. That inability to have that space to listen is a lot of what breaks the relational trust, that without that, you don't get the information that you need to get things done. So I think that is extremely important, just one of the things that I'd like to leave with in this discussion. In terms of some of the most important issues at the time, I'm kind of piggybacking on what Janice was just talking about. In terms of equity, as a leader, really what we do is we create systems and we interrupt policies that don't work for students. That really ultimately is our role. We do that in our work with the board, whether we're talking about policies that we create just for our particular district. But more importantly, we do that in terms of being strategic in terms of which tables we sit at in order to speak truth to power about what we need to better serve our students and families. And so sometimes it's really strategic partnerships with your mayor. It's figuring out when it makes sense for you to go to your state and leverage those relationships to really put pressure on policies in your state. And then when it makes sense to develop relationships at the federal level. One of the people that I've always admired is my Congresswoman, Barbara Lee. As soon as I got the position, I think she was maybe the 5th person to call me. Welcome, take care of yourself, what do you need? I can call her, I can call her team and say, these are the things that are going on. As soon as COVID hit, she was one of the first calls I made to say, we've got to start thinking about how we're going to get some policies at the federal level. I think it is absolutely ridiculous the level of work many superintendents are doing individually in terms of technology. I have tried to use my voice at my state level. I have used my voice in federal conversations. I've used my voice with senators, both Republican and Democrat, to say,
technology is a right, just like water and electricity. You cannot, as a citizen in this country, survive, let alone thrive, if you do not have a device and hotspots. Therefore, why is it up to individual superintendents to figure out how we're funding this massive investment? That is a deep inequity. And it was inequity before. But what we're seeing now is kids literally cannot learn. Parents literally cannot support their children without it. Now, with that said, of course, we're doing something about it. You know, in my community, I'm leveraging privilege. We were able to get Twitter to donate money. We're leveraging and doing what we can do, but I'm very intentional about saying we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're putting a Band-Aid fix because that's what we're going to do for our kids. But in my role as a systems leader, what am I doing to advocate to get the policy that we need? Because none of us are going to be in these positions permanently, right? So that we can get it to the point where we're seeing technology, as I've been talking about it, it is the textbook now, right? So we wouldn't think of a kid not having an algebra book or curriculum. We need to be thinking about technology in that same way. And unfortunately, we still don't have the policies that we need to ensure that this problem is going to be addressed after this pandemic. And so in terms of matching equity and action, that is an example of work that I continue to do, and I know many of us are doing around the country. The second thing that I want to bring up goes back to a point that Dr. Contreras made to kick us off. And it's the issue of the disparity between the percentage of who is teaching our students, which for the most part ranges between 60 to 80% white female. Why? A lot of that has to do with our credentialing, right? And what you actually have to do to get a credential as a teacher. We know that for the most part, Black and brown folks who decide to go into teaching are twice as likely not to pass many of the standardized tests that we have. And when you look at these assessments that people are asked to take in order to be in this position, absolutely we want people who are credible and are educated, but many of these assessments have no the indicators that are used do not necessarily mean that you are going to be an effective teacher for any student, let alone particularly Black and brown students. So again, thinking about both the policies at the systems level, we are going in and continuing to invest deeply in pipeline programs. So really looking at how we can have our paraprofessionals, how we can have our after-school program. We have started an African American Achievement Office 7 or 8 years ago. We've had our first AAMA facilitator who's an assistant principal this year. I'm so happy about it. But really thinking about that system of alternative pathways to teaching and to leadership. And I bring that up because that's the foundation if we want to see more leaders of color as superintendents. We've got to have more people that are filling our schools as after-school program leaders, teachers, principals. And there are so many policy barriers that prevent that from happening. So there's work to do at the district level, but again, we have influence and relationships to be in conversations and have a seat at the table at the state level and at the federal level. And so those are the things that I'm trying to do now. How can we think differently about the credentialing system? Is there an alternative way that we can actually have students? Are there micro-credentialing? Are there classes that folks can take? So there's another route into the role to become a teacher and to become a principal so that we can have more folks that look like us teaching our kids as the CEO of the classroom and visioning in the principal role as well. And so again, when we think about some of the policies that are getting in the way of all the hard work that we have to do, you know, those are two things that come to mind, as well as the fact that particularly in California, we just simply don't have enough money going into education, period. right? And constantly, I take as many opportunities as I can with funders, with politicians to really tell the story, particularly now, of what is happening on the ground and really lifting up some of the systems issues. So we have the right people who have the influence to really tell the story and put pressure so that we can get some of the differences that we need in terms of policy. I would like to end with just some general advice. One is self-care. And I say this, and this is my own work that I'm doing. I heard someone say at the very beginning, as women, but particularly Black women, we tend to take care of everybody else before ourselves. For the work that we're doing, if we're saying we want to be imaginative, we want to be creative, you need headspace, right? You need your sanity. You need your health to think. You cannot be running from place to place and constantly at this high pressure of stress. And so you have to figure out for yourself what works for you. Some of the best advice I received in my first year as an assistant principal was schedule what is important. And I was just telling some of my new leaders that I bet you, if I looked at your calendar right now, I'd see every meeting and I wouldn't see anything around when you're exercising, when you're going to church, when you're meditating. And it is that important, particularly when you step into leadership, that you are intentional, you're anal, you are disciplined about what you do to take care of yourself physically, spiritually, and socio-emotionally. I read my Bible every morning. That's the first thing I do when I get up. For me, what has helped is realizing a lot of this is out of my immediate control. And so I've got to stay connected to my faith in order to realize that I'm going to be provided what I need and to let go of some of the things that I can't control and really focus on the things that I do. I try to meditate. I have even, right before board meetings, right before really intense conversations, even if it's just a minute or two, taking that time to really quiet the mind, again, so that you can think and back to that authentic listening. So I think that is extremely important, that becomes something that you really focus on as a part of becoming a strong leader. The second thing is mentorship. Find multiple mentors. I couldn't agree more with what Janice was saying about finding an army, a posse of mentors. In my first year, I found mentors from folks who had been previous superintendents in Oakland, just to understand the political landscape of the city. I'm from there, but again, when you actually become the leader of the city, there are just pockets of things that you don't know. So finding someone who can help you navigate the politics. I found somebody who could help me understand the finances. And really, when I took over the district, we were this close to becoming taken over by the state. So that wasn't something that I hadn't intended of becoming like a financial CEO, but I quickly learned I have to really understand how to read a budget, how to ask questions. And so I found a mentor for that. Mentorship for communication. You are the key messenger of your district. And so understanding, you may have to learn how to translate what you need to say 8 different ways, depending on who you're talking to. And so I can't say enough, and I try to model for my own leadership team. Having a mentor and a coach doesn't mean that you're doing something wrong. No one knows it all. It's a constant learning experience. And so to surround yourself by people who are going to constantly help you get better. The last thing is to impart on somebody else what you have been given. And so everybody, whether you're a teacher, a principal, there's stuff that you know, and make it a part of your own daily life, weekly life, to really help somebody else reach their goals. It's gratifying, it's satisfying. I think it's God's work. And I think we, particularly as Black women, we have to do that because we're still unfortunately in the era of the first. in 2020. We're still in the era of the first. And so we have to have those tight networks. And again, I so appreciate this conversation this morning so that we are helping each other in terms of information, but a lot of times it's access to relationships and opportunities as well. So hopefully something that I said was helpful for you, inspirational for you. And thank you again for the opportunity to be a part of this discussion.
Thank you so much. And thank you for getting up so early on the West Coast. You brought up something that's so important, the self-care piece. Was a student at recent graduate of Bowie State, Dr. Latricia Gloucester. I was on her dissertation committee. Dr. Jan Burt was her chair, who did her research on the superwoman schema and looking at mentorship and self-care and stressors and coping responses of African-American female superintendents. So that's a really important part of the discussion that we also need to add and really kind of lay out how do we deal every day. So thank you so much for that. Our next speaker is Dr. Carol Kelly. All students with an emphasis on all. That is who Dr. Kelly is committed to. With over 25 years of progressive leadership in PK through 12 education, and with mastery knowledge of evidence-based instructional practices, Dr. Kelly has led the Oak Park Elementary District 97 schools since 2015, after receiving unanimous approval from its Board of Education. Dr. Kelly's career has also included past experiences as a middle school teacher, principal in New Jersey for a number of years, and former superintendent for the Branchburg Township School District of New Jersey. Please welcome Dr. Carol Kelly.
Thank you so much. How are you, everyone? Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, awesome. I want to thank, first of all, Howard University, AASA, NABSE, and also my D9 sisters of Delta Sigma Theta. As you could see by my colors, I'm coming to you from a different sorority, but thank you so much for having me here today. Before I share my leadership story and highlight some of the questions that we were asked, I really want to take time to thank Sharon for your vision, Sharon, and also for your leadership. And thank you because we really needed this convening at this time. So I often start my leadership story by honoring my mom, Saritha Carroll, as well as the women from my neighborhood on Somerset Street in North Philadelphia, and the teachers, all of whom taught me the value of receiving a good education. So when I was coming up in North Philadelphia, that neighborhood was really fraught with gang violence. It was so bad that walking to school, we often had to be escorted by the older kids on the block, or, and I'm probably dating myself, these volunteers that were in an organization called the Guardian Angels, and they would wear like the red berets, and they would walk us safely to school. But yet as a child, I never ever felt unsafe. The adults in my neighborhood always provided a cocoon of safety around us. They always made sure that we were hopeful about our future, and they encouraged us to see ourselves beyond our current reality. Inside of my neighborhood schools, I had caring teachers who worked hard to provide for me. I had teachers who on their own time in their own cars would take us to see cultural sites in Philadelphia, like the first AME church founded by Richard Allen. My third grade teacher would look me in my eye. My maiden name was also Carol. She would look me in my eye and she would call me Dr. Carol because she said one day I would become a doctor. My sixth grade teacher helped my mom request an application for my admission to a citywide magnet school for gifted students. And as a result of her assistance and persistence In completing that application, I was accepted to Julia R. Masterman, which subsequently allowed me to attend the Philadelphia High School for Girls. I share all that with you because one of the questions that we were asked to provide in our leadership story is talk about the Black females that have been heroes to you. So it has been people like my mom. It has been people like the women on my blog. It has been people like the teachers that went above and beyond for this kid who grew up in one of the poorest sections of Philadelphia, to be able to go on and see that education has always been a thing that can change the trajectory of our lives. I continued in Philadelphia at college. I went to University of Pennsylvania. I applied and was accepted to be a pre-med student because I guess I took my third grade teacher's advice like very literally. But freshman year, I would love to be able to say to you that I saw the light and I began to study education. I did not. I did switch my major to engineering, very long story. And when I graduated from Penn, I literally, my first job was as an engineer. And I worked for 2 years and I just felt like that feeling when you know that you're in something that's not your calling. I knew that for me. So I applied for graduate school. I went down to Charlottesville, Virginia, got my MBA from Darden Business School, graduated, got a really great job at Johnson & Johnson. And again, I did not feel that I was fulfilling my calling. Fast forward, because I know we only have 7 minutes, I learned about, in New Jersey, an alternate route to teaching. And that was literally the way that I got my first teaching position in a town, ironically, called Somerset, New Jersey. And it was that first day in that classroom with those 6th grade students that I felt it. I felt that I had found what I was intended to do with my future. I must say that at that point, I had little to no pedagogical training. But what I lacked in my formal training, I made up for in the investment I had in my student success, just as my teachers had for me. I worked collaboratively with parents. I encouraged my students to see education as their future. I championed their belief in themselves. And along the way, I did everything that I could to learn to be the best teacher possible. I had only been teaching for about 6 years when my principal approached me and asked if I was interested in applying for the open assistant principal position at the school. And honestly, to that day, I'm not sure what she saw in me, but I did eventually apply and I received that position. And from there, my administrative career progressed and flourished. In the meantime, I wanted to get the formal training in education, so I began to work on my doctorate back at University of Pennsylvania, and I earned my doctorate degree in educational and organizational leadership. I'll conclude the leadership portion of my story by just sharing an emotion that I felt during the ceremony where my doctorate was conferred. I recall as I walked into the processional that my heart was just filled with gratitude for my mom, for my neighbors, for my teachers, for all of those people who taught me the value that a good education has for our future. It was a surreal moment where all I could think was, here I am, you know, about to receive my doctorate in education. You know, a kid that grew up in one of the poorest sections of Philadelphia, a kid whose parents valued education, but they themselves never had an opportunity to receive a formal high school diploma. Here I am. And I wish I could share with you that I'm proof positive that my story is the same story for every kid who grows up in a neighborhood like mine. But that's what fuels my leadership. The fact that every day I get to stand up and I get to fight for students to have access to equitable and excellent educational opportunities. It should not matter what type of household our students live in. It should not matter who's walking them to school, but when they arrive on the steps of our doors where I serve as superintendent, I want their learning experiences and the care that they receive to fully prepare each and every one of those students for their future, regardless of how twisty and curvy their journey might be. So as I thought about some of the questions that we were asked to answer, in terms of what are the things that our schools need to ensure that each and every one of our students, regardless of where they're coming from, receives that excellent education. Definitely, having educators who are willing to stand up and fight, regardless of what role you are in. It's so important that we not just sit back. It's so important for us to recognize that the system that we are in was designed for our marginalized students not to do well. And for us to be in these positions where all we are doing every day is just coming to work for a job and a paycheck, that is not good enough. We have to stand up and fight. We have to fight to dismantle those systemic systems of oppression. We have to fight to be able to ensure, as my 6th grade teacher did for my mom, to ensure that students and families know about the services in our systems. Some of the things that our district is doing in terms of fighting, I heard it from my colleagues earlier, dismantling the disproportionate discipline rates in our schools by completely overhauling our effective student behavior handbook, completely overhauling the training that we provide for our staff, really providing and pouring into them professional development experiences so that we can employ restorative practices versus punitive practices, increasing the number of staff members who earn their national boards, hiring more Black and Brown staff members, but once they're there, supporting them, putting our arms around them, and making sure that they want to stay with us. Supporting and strengthening our curriculum, as I heard from our colleagues earlier, ensuring that we have an anti-racism curriculum in place where we are teaching our students who, not just our Black and Brown students, but all of our students, what it means to be anti-racist. Redesigning our classroom spaces, redesigning our schools, our libraries, so that our students are seeing themselves and reading about themselves in the books that they have in front of them. So I say all that to say that we must fight. To aspiring superintendents out there, particularly to our female of color, I will say be authentic and never ever think that you do not belong in this room. You are enough, you belong here. Don't let the systems make you feel that you do not belong. Be confident in your leadership, and we need your voice. We need all of you to fight. So I just want to thank all of those that I mentioned in my leadership story, as well as the Gloria and Lansing Billings. A lot of my heroes are probably more scholars. Gloria and Lansing Billings and other scholars who've written books like Dream Keepers, other people's children. Those are all like the voices that have really helped me to go back and to really reflect on my leadership and to determine to continue the fight until we have collectively dismantled the barriers that are preventing our students from having access to equitable and excellent educational opportunities. So once again, I'd like to thank Howard University, AASA, NABSE, my D9 Sisters of Delta Sigma Theta for sponsoring this event, but especially Sharon. Thank you so much. You are my hero. I really appreciate you, and I definitely hope that we could have more of these convenings.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. You're over there in New Jersey. My best friend is the dean of the graduate school at Rutgers University. of the Graduate School of Education, Dr. Wanda Blanchett. So awesome. Our last speaker, before we answer some questions, is Dr. M. Ann Levette, international powerhouse with local sensibilities and Southern hospitality. Those are words that describe Dr. Levette. A native of Savannah, Georgia, Dr. Levette has served in high-ranking positions in the United States, and she has consulted on significant community development projects in places like Puerto Rico and the British and US Virgin Islands. Dr. Levette began her educational career in 1976, so she is well experienced within the institution of education, and her expertise has garnered her 2 gubernatorial appointments. Dr. Levette is the definition of longevity as a Black woman leader. Please welcome Dr. M. Ann Levette.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And I am just delighted to be here. My heart is warm. I think every speaker from the very beginning has spoken a part of my journey, and I just am overwhelmed and would like to thank all of my colleagues for their comments this morning. I think each of us share many of those comments, but certainly a special thank you to Sharon Adams-Taylor of AASA for her leadership, for her vision, and especially for hanging in here these past several days, making a dream come true. To NABSE, of course, thank you. To Howard University Department of Educational Leadership, thank you. And of course, my very own Delta Sigma Theta. Always wonderful to be in the house with members of the Greek sororities and fraternities. I am Ann Levette and very proud of that. Love telling people I'm from Savannah. I'm from Savannah, but not always of Savannah. So I just want to make the point of that. I am indeed the daughter of Leola and Lucius. And I am the granddaughter of Murdy Bell and Bee. And I am the mother of Mona and Nikki and the Mimi of DJ and Muka. And that's who I bring to work with me every day. That is who I am, and that is what dictates my work. As you heard, my leadership journey, of course, started as a teacher of children with special needs, and of course, also as an English teacher. My staff can tell you about that English part, and they can tell you about that piece where I definitely think about those young people that we need to change the environment for instead of having the children adapt to the environment. I'm a high school principal, so there's nothing you can do that scares me. And certainly I had my fling with middle school as well. And, you know, working as a dean of a school of education, I understand that part of it. And I was also a school board member in my love, New Haven, Connecticut. So I see that part of it as well. And I bring all of that, all of those people and all those experiences to my work as a superintendent. And I want to credit Virginia Edwards Maynor, who is one of my mentors, remains one of my mentors. She was the first African-American female superintendent in Savannah. She continues to be my consultant, my confidant, and my encourager. She told me many years ago that I would eventually become superintendent in Savannah. And I dismissed that comment. It sounded good, but I dismissed it. And here I am today after working all across the world and all across the country. I've come back home to tend to my family's needs and discovered this part of my life, which is really very fulfilling. I have lots of people that I have admired across my time. And of course, I spoke to my mom, my grandmother. In the world of education, I have definitely appreciated Barbara Sizemore. I thought from a from a distance. She was awesome, courageous, and did what she thought was right. In our history in Savannah and across the nation, Susie King Taylor, a nurse from Savannah who also was a leader in her own right. Marva Collins, oh my gosh, when I heard Janice or somebody talk about Marva Collins, I thought, oh my gosh, I studied her and wrote her, loved her, had a chance to meet her husband last summer. We have wonderful, wonderful examples. But I'll tell you, the example above all for me is Shirley Chisholm. The woman was so inspiring, and I knew that she must have had many, many challenges. Those we read about, those we didn't. But to me, she epitomized the person who lived her values and would not shrink. I'm also inspired by the children that I have the chance to serve every day. They're children who do not know their own potential. And much like Virginia Edwards said to me, you'll be a superintendent one day in this very district. I believe that each of those children that I see have that same potential. So I say to them often, you don't have to be from out of town to be the leader. You can lead from any chair, and I want you to know what gifts you have. My job and the job of the people employed in this district and those people who live among us is to help you identify your potential and to help you live up to that. I think that's our job as educators. And I think as superintendents, much as Janice and others have said, we have a lot of power, and people know that. Sometimes we don't know it. Sometimes we don't know the power we have to change the policies that do not work in the best interest of all the children. And I've been able to see some of that in my own work around equity. The first thing I wanted to do was reduce the number of young people who are being incarcerated and having the school as the starting point. Working in collaboration with lots of people in my community, judges, juvenile court judges, police, teachers, and principals, and parents, work to get that incarceration rate lowered, because that's not the place we want our children to learn their lessons. And I've been very successful in doing that, very proud of it. When I leave this place, I know that I've helped people think differently about our role in that school to prison pipeline. I've dedicated a lot of my time with making sure that we connected economics to education. So much of our work is done around academic outcomes, and we have to concentrate on that. But we also have to make sure that when our kids leave, they can continue their education, they can enroll in the military, but eventually they're going to be employed. And we want them to be ready for that. So enlisted, enrolled, or employed is really what we work toward. And we do that through internships and apprenticeships and making sure that they are available for our students. But also making sure that teachers understand the direct connection between what they do and preparing our kids for life beyond now. The other thing that was a focus of my work in terms of equity was making sure that we had a different way of identifying the giftedness in our children. Sometimes we forget that just because they are not of high wealth doesn't mean that they are not gifted. They are, and we have to identify a different way to do that. And then, of course, more pre-K opportunities. If you strengthen early learning, then you create more opportunities for children to be successful in school. And I've dedicated my time to that. In terms of equity, I think we have to be strategic, methodical, and we have to be relentless. We have to identify where we can make a difference. You know, in a log jam, you look for the key log, and you identify that key log, and you move that one, you can move everything else. We can't do it by ourselves. We have to define what we want, speak to it in real terms, make sure that we are methodical and strategic. Identify the people that you know you can get on board and move it from there. And I always say, be relentless, just be nice about it. Be relentless in it and don't let anybody move you away from it. Keep your eyes on the prize. When I think about what I bring to the superintendency, we of course are always held to a much higher standard than everybody else. So you need to know, as in the words of Dorothy Height, new levels, new devils. And sometimes they're the people that are closest to you. But I will say this, you have to know what you value and you have to keep your eyes on that. Understand that people are looking at you and critiquing you. So yes, be able to sit in criticism, but also I don't take criticism very kindly from people that I wouldn't ask advice from. So I think about that as well. So sometimes it's really important for us to think in those terms. And moving quickly here in terms of keeping a tough skin, helping people keep their sense of wonder and not being complacent in what's happening now, being open to what other people are saying, but keeping focused on what you need to do to stay successful. I think it's also important for those who are seeking the superintendency, since I didn't necessarily seek it, but it certainly was in God's plan for me. Find good mentors, not just anybody, but people that you know are truly interested in the same things that you're interested in, the same values, and helping you along the way as you come to those very difficult times. Know yourself, know what you're good at, and know where you need to continue to develop. I deal with people that I know will tell me the truth and also say, you've got a blind spot when it comes to this. You need to work differently on this particular issue. Know why you're doing the work you do. As Dr. Fenwick said earlier, if it's about self-praise, and I do know that word, self-praise, if that's what you're in it for, you're in it for the wrong reason. And everybody will be able to see that. Now, certainly, we all want to make sure that we praise our own pond, but if it's all about you, you're in the wrong business. You don't know all the answers. Make sure you know that you say to people, I don't know all the answers. So much like Kyla, I definitely spent time learning more about finance and helping other people learn more about finance because I knew that that was not my strongest area. But I will tell you, doing that and expressing your lack of knowledge in that area allows people to understand that you are constantly growing. Don't take your eyes off the prize. Not every job you want is a job for you. There are a lot of superintendencies and other positions I've been offered, and God said, this is not for you. Even though I might have wanted it, might have cried about it, what I finally figured out is he was a whole lot smarter than me. And when I was able to look back, I said, okay, thank you for saving me from myself. I did not need that. Our work is serious as superintendents. It is unfortunate that we do not have this opportunity more often. Every one of the speakers, you, Dr. Alston, Sharon, Beverly, all of the speakers this morning contributed to our growth as individuals. And we need to continue that. There are days when you feel like there's no one else in this entire world who understands the weight on our shoulders. And it is important that we have someplace to go, someone else who can understand this journey and support us along the way. Yes, we're held to a higher standard, but we're able to do that. We can only do it with self-care and good support. So I thank AASA. Special kisses to Sharon. Thanks to Dr. English. Thanks to NABSE. Thanks to you, Dr. Alston, for being a great panel moderator of people who don't get to talk to each other and need to do that. Thanks to all of the supporters who are on here today. And for those who are in that line and ready for that superintendency, we thank you for being willing to listen and to learn so that you can do a great job with our children. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. I loved what you said. You're from Savannah, but you're not always of Savannah. I say the same thing about Charleston because we Geechee together, right? I'm from Charleston, but I'm not always of Charleston. What powerful words we've had from these 7 powerful women. In the words of Foucault, I'll use the term parrhesia. The parrhesiatic words today is truth-telling, real, unadulterated truth-telling that we've had today. So we've got about 5 minutes left. We have 7 questions, but I'm going to choose 1 question, maybe 2, and have the superintendents answer these. Whoever would like to go jump in. Question that I'd like to start off with, and I just lost it. Got a list, I'm looking at it, still can't see what I'm looking at. Shameful. Okay, here's the question. And this goes back to self-care and personal lives. What have you had to sacrifice as you have served in leadership? And how have you created and maintained boundaries between your work and personal lives? What have you had to sacrifice as you've served in leadership? And how have you created and maintained boundaries between your work and personal lives?
So Dr. Austin, I will speak to the fact that that I'm a widow, so not having that commitment has probably not been good for me at this point. But I think we've often sacrificed time with our families, and that's something that we have to correct. When all this is over, that's who's going to be there for us. So carving out the time to ensure that we spend time with them, because they're our source of support. Don't always understand what we're doing. We don't know that we want them to understand everything we face, but I think that's the piece that we have to do I know me, I have to do a better job of that. I think we're all in that position probably.
Yeah. And this is Wanda Cook Robinson. I'd like to speak to that. And I agree with you completely. And in preparing myself for moving up the ranks, moving, in school, there were a lot of times that I didn't have as much time as I wanted to spend with my young son. And I think that was a sacrifice. And my husband had to pick up a little more of taking him to karate, taking him to the park and things like that I was not available to do. But as my colleagues have mentioned today, I think the most important thing we have to do is to make sure we create a balance in our life space. We have to schedule time for us and time for family. And by the way, they're not the same. When I say time for us, I mean time for you to reflect. If that's reading a book, if it's getting your hair done, but something for you. We have to maintain our sense of self, and we got to feed that. And then you also have to have time for family as well.
I think too is supporting the staff that works for us, and just modeling for them that faith, family have to take priority and letting them know that you support them in that. And I think by our modeling balance, but also being vocal, that we want them to care for themselves, that we want them to take time for their family. I think that is really vital as well.
Great. And one more question, and then we're going to hit our hard stop. How should those who are watching seek mentorship? What's your advice for someone seeking a mentor?
Well, I will start with that one. In terms of seeking a mentor, the first place you start is with yourself. You need to do an individual audit. Who you are, where you want to go, and what you need to get there. Once you see what your skill set is, look to where you want to go and what is the skill set? What are you going to need to get there? Then you have to look for individuals who can match and give you what you need in those spaces. And it's not necessarily one mentor, it could be multiple mentors. And I'll let someone else chip in as well.
Yeah, I would say it's okay. I read there were several questions about mentorship. It certainly is okay to ask someone to be your mentor, but I can tell you we are inundated with those requests. It is very difficult to lead very large urban districts and to mentor someone who is not immediately on your staff or not in a formal mentorship relationship with you through a formal program. I recall my first mentor was Dr. Barbara Moore Pulliam, and she was the associate superintendent. So you don't necessarily have to go straight to the superintendent because she became a superintendent, and she became a superintendent of a small district and then a very large district of nearly 60,000 students. And she remained my mentor and executive coach for the next 30 years. So I think that it's fine to ask, but you don't need to start with the CEO of Chicago Public Schools. You can ask for your principal and assistant superintendent, a woman who is in leadership, and allow that relationship to grow as you progress in your career.
I think the only thing that I would add that hasn't been said already is to really think about mentorship in a variety of ways. To Sharon's point, you don't have to always go to the person who's in the dream job or dream role, although that's where your aspirations lie. You should have people that are peers that maybe, if we're talking about the work-life balance piece, if there's somebody who's going to hold you accountable to making sure that you work out, that you attend your children's games and opportunities, et cetera. There are a variety of things that I think you could tap into from a mentorship standpoint. What I will say with a mentor is you have to look for the right fit, because it really is about beyond time and skill. It's about trust, because I've been in relationships. I overcommit, I should say. And where I have had mentorship relationships break down when I'm serving as the mentor is when people kind of want the proximity, but they're not trying to do the work. So it really is about what you are doing and what you bring to the table, and using that limited time that you have with the mentor to get your questions answered, I should say, and really listen to that. Because I know as a mentor, for me, when I see that people are actually listening, I'm going to be more vested in you. I'm going to watch your communication. I'm going to pay attention when you're doing panels and stuff, give you feedback. But sometimes, I've been in relationships where people want the proximity, but they don't really want the advice, not the real advice. And they don't want to do the work that you're putting out there. And so to me, just make sure it's somebody who you respect enough that when they give you advice, good, bad, or otherwise, that you're going to be open and listening to it. That type of foundation is going to be critical in making sure it's a good match and worth everybody's time.
Awesome. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I didn't even plan this, but thank you from the bottom of my heart.
So much. You all are just fierce.
This is
life.
This was life-giving. This is life-giving. We are grateful to each of you for participating in this, but we are grateful for each of you for your lives as individuals, and also for your lives as leaders. Thank you for being you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for caring. And thank you for, I always say this about leadership, loving, because leadership is truly about love. So thank you for the love that you've given, the love that you continue to give, and the love that you've shared with us today. Thank you all. This was a great session. And now it's time for the break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Alston, for really running this fantastic panel. We also want to thank all of our superintendents. Before we go to break though, we want to bring your attention to upcoming webinars sponsored by the Howard University School of Education, Culturally Affirming Webinar Series for Educators. You can find the link right in the chat. So guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 1 o'clock with Iyanla Vanzant. We'll be right back. Welcome back from our break. We must acknowledge our tech team, a Black-owned company, Tech Factory Productions. Their information can be found in the chat. We are ready to move to our next session. We have Ms. Candace Cardwell. She is a third-year doctoral student in the Educational Leadership and Policy Studies program at Howard University. A proud two-time Bison, Candace began her educational career in Madrid, Spain, where she actualized her calling to special education. Currently teaching mathematics to 5th and 6th grade scholars in Washington, D.C., Candace is a former ELA English teacher and resource coordinator for the New York City Department of Education. Candace's research interests include district and building level race and equity initiatives, the intersection of race, gender identity, and disability and educator bias. She has presented research on the stagnancy of extant data trends regarding Black girls' educational experiences and looks forward to continue to engage in advocacy and reform that dismantles structural racism. I present to you Ms. Candace Cardwell.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Not only is she one of the country's most celebrated writers and public speakers, she is among the most influential, socially engaged, and acclaimed spiritual life coaches of our time. Dedicated to facilitating the growth and evolution of human consciousness, Iyanla's body of work spans over 3 decades. A woman of passion, vision, and purpose, Iyanla embodies a no-nonsense approach in her message and teaching style. Fiery, transparent, truthful, and wise, she is a living testament to the value and life's values and the power of acts of faith. We welcome Ms. Iyanla Vanzant.
Bow to you. How is everyone today? I want to apologize up front because I know we're in an educational environment, and sometimes in the world in which we live, there's a separation between the mind and the spirit. I don't live like that. So I'm gonna bring you all to where I start, and that's where we're gonna be, okay? I wanna start with this message from a little book called Every Day I Pray. And this message says, I am willing to change. I am willing to change my mind. I am willing to change my heart. I am willing to change the perception of myself and the world around me. I am willing to change what I do and how I do it. I am willing to change, to be changed, and to see the miracles that change brings. I know that of myself I can do nothing. Therefore, I am willing to allow the Holy Spirit to heal me and change me at the soul level, that I may be all that God created me to be. I am willing to be transformed, to have my true mind restored, to have my heart renewed, and to be changed according to God's perfect plan. And so it is. I want to start right there and then invite you to just take a breath with me, so that I can tap into your energy, feel your spirit out there, so that we can be on one accord. I'm going to ask somebody to let me know when my time is up. I don't want to run over. I'm speaking to women today. I want to acknowledge all of my AKA sorors out there. Say hello to you. Thank you for your support, always supporting me, loving on me, praying for me, taking care of me. And I find in these days that I'm in at this time, or that we are all in, that I've just been called to speak to women from a very deep place. Because so many of us are really prone to activity. We just busy. You know, I was very clear that the corona came to stop us in our tracks. Stop, be still, go in. But because so many of us as women have not been taught women's medicine, we live our life as men in skirts. We do it the way men do it, because we've been colonialized and we've been talked out of our power as women. We've been taught to compete, and we've been taught to yearn, and we've been taught to strive, and we've been taught to accomplish, but we haven't taught how to just be, how to not just do things, getting caught up in the activity, but to just be in action. Because for a woman, the action doesn't take place outside, it takes place inside. And so many of us haven't been taught how to go in there and do action inside, so that our outside doesn't have to be so busy. So many of us are stressed and overwhelmed, and we're running and we're doing, yeah, but we're not in touch with the main thing that gives us as women power, which is our heart. So I want to talk to us today about taking action to be changed from the dominant masculine point of mind to the feminine heart of the matter. Come on, somebody, talk to me about the heart of the matter, because that's where the woman is. That is where our power is. That is where our strength is. Now listen, don't get me wrong. I got more degrees than I can know what to do with. I don't even know where some of them are. I got degrees and stuff. I don't even remember what it is no more. But that doesn't mean that I have to live here. So many of us as women are neck down dead, very intelligent, very educated, very smart, but we're neck down dead because we haven't been taught how to tap into the power of the heart of the matter, which is us. Action for a woman begins within. She is the cause. We don't just give birth to physical babies. We also give birth to everything on the planet that lives, and it begins in our heart. A woman's job, you know, as an indigenous person, as a Chislaki or a Cherokee, I learned that as a woman, I had 3 jobs. One was to pray. That's my job. That's my job as a woman, to pray, to be in communion with something greater than myself, so that the energy and the power of my heart will bring forth new life. Did you hear me? That the energy and the power of my heart will bring forth new life. Doesn't matter whether or not I ever give life to another human being. It's the energy and the power of my heart that brings forth new life in everything that I go. You know, when a woman is really in touch with who she is, when she's in touch with her heart and her power, she can just walk into the room looking good, smelling good, and take control of every man in the room. He gonna want some of that. when she knows what she's doing, because she's bringing birth and new life just in the feminine energy, not in a sexual way, but in a very powerful way. That's what we have. So when we are in touch with our heart, and when we can take action from the heart, we can get to the heart of the matter and make things smooth out. Action, not activity. Action means first having a clear intention. Why are you doing what you're doing? Why are you doing that? So many of us do so much stuff because we think we're supposed to, we think we have to, because that's the way it is in the men's world. You just do. You're driven as opposed to being present. Begin with a clear intention. An intention is a statement to the universe of what it is that you desire and expect. And in life, you don't get what you ask for, you get what you expect. If you expect it to be hard, it will be. If you expect it to be challenging, it will be. If you expect to fail, you will. But when you have a clear desire, meaning of the Father, Mother, all that is God, when you have a clear desire and a specific intention, then the action is happening on the inside, and then you just move into your power in the world. Come on, somebody. I can't see y'all, so I don't know what you're doing. So just snap your fingers in the air so that I know that you're with me. And as women, we've been taught and educated, programmed and conditioned. Oh, don't be in your feelings. Oh, I want to be in my feelings because you like the way I make you feel. So why can't I be in my feelings? You know, yes, we've been taught that we can't be emotional. Well, you can be in your heart, in your emotions without being emotional. Can you hear me? You can be in your heart where the truth is spoken. And you can feel what's going on in your heart where the truth will be revealed without being emotional. But we haven't been taught how to do that because we're neck down dead. We live between our ears. And as women, what we need to know and remember is that the brain, the mind, was made to be a slave of the heart, not the other way around. We make our heart a slave of the brain and doing what we think we should do, doing what we're told to do, as opposed to being in the heart of the matter, feeling it and moving in that truth. But a desire and an intention will start to open up the heart. Don't do anything unless you're clear about why you doing what you're doing the way you're doing it. When Lisa wrote me about this thing today, she was very clear about why she was doing what she was doing. Why? At this time, during this pandemic, yeah? And the reason I wanted to start with I'm willing to be changed is because as women, we have to stop doing it the way the men do it, the masculine dominated way of being, because if you haven't noticed, it's crumbling. And the mother is taking over. Yeah, she got you all straight. Oh, you think you going out there drinking in the bars? I got something for you. It's called a ventilator. So we want to be clear, all right? Have a clear intention so that we can get to the heart of the matter. And we're all accomplished, educated women, but we don't necessarily know how to lead with the heart. We know how to lead with a plan. We don't know how to lead with the heart. And the first thing that we have to learn as women, that leading with the heart means doing it in a way that matters to you. That means your values got to be up front. I am astonished, amazed, just, and sometimes horrified at the way so many women live and lose sight of their values. I'm not talking about, intellectual. What matters to you? What matters to you? What wakes you up in the morning? What makes your life meaningful? And what are you contributing to each and every day as you do whatever it is that you do? Your values. What are you standing on? What are you standing for? And what are you standing with? Those three things. What are you standing on? Let me tell you something. I'm standing on the sacrifices of my ancestors because right now they are awake and they are saying, no, no, no more. Done with that. That's one of the messages of the corona. Stop. Done with that. And the funny thing is, we've been saying it for a while. Time's up. That happened at the Oscars last year when Miss Oprah spoke it. Time's up. No more. But time's up for what? Time is up for us as women to stop accepting the okie doke and really stand on what we value. Let me tell you, my grandmother was a Chislaki, a Cherokee woman born on the reservation in South Carolina, left there when she was 15 to go work as a domestic in New York. And my grandmother passed for Black. Let me run that by you again. She passed for Black because in the 1920s, in the early 1900s, my grandmother was born in 1906. It was easier for her to be Black than it was for her to be a Native American. So she passed for Black. But like so many women, that meant she had to deny a piece of who she was. How many of us are denying pieces of who we are? But let me continue with my story because I'm getting old and I forget where I was going. So she passed for Black and she was a domestic and she cooked and cleaned in Yonkers and Mount Vernon, which back then was, you know, really muckety muck, upper echelon neighborhood. And on Saturday, she would take me with her to help. Really, she took me with her because she didn't want me to stay home and torture my brother because he was a severe asthmatic and I was busy. Which I was taught was bad. I was curious and I was all over the place and I was fine. So she taught me to stand on a milk crate. And I used to iron linen napkins and pillowcases and the collars and the lapel and the cuffs of the shirts of the master. That's what she called him, the master. And that's what I called him, Mr. Master. That wasn't his name, but that's what she taught me to call him. And I remember her madam. Now see, for me, the madam is something else. The madam is the part that resides below my waistline. But in my grandmother's life, the madam was the lady she worked for. And my grandmother used to say to me, the madam rules. Now, when I got older, I changed that up. I said, she with the madam rules. So if you got a madam, you can rule. Oh, but I digress. Let me go back to my story. So my grandmother taught me how to stand on the box and iron. And her madam used to say to her, Risa, don't let her touch anything. She'll make it dirty. Don't let her touch nothing. She'll make it dirty. Now, what was I going to touch? But the wall or the floor or a chair or a table? But the message is that I mess things up. I make things dirty. I'm not good. Okay. And that sank into my heart. And I held it for a long time. So when I became a leader, it was hard for me to lead because I mess things up. I'll make them dirty. I'll do it wrong. Can you hear me? In order for us to truly lead with our heart, we got to get in there and clean up some of those messages that were implanted, not just in our family or in our situation, but also by society, particularly women of color. I grew up in a time where if I wasn't careful, I wouldn't have known I needed toothpaste, toilet paper, or sanitary napkins, because all the people that were in them commercials was white. It wasn't until Essence magazine came along to let me know, A, I needed toothpaste, because the people in the Essence commercials was black. B, I needed toilet paper. And I needed sanitary napkins because the people in them commercials were black. My point is, in order for us to lead from the heart, we got to start dismantling some of these messages that were given to us about who we are as women, who we are as women of color, and who we are as leaders, so that we can lead from the heart and not from our dysfunctions. Take a breath. Did you know you had dysfunctions? We all got some somewhere. And the corona's coming to say, stop, get still, go inside, clear up your dysfunctions, women, so that you can stand in your values, stand in what matters to you, and lead from your heart. What are you standing on? I'm standing on the sacrifices of my grandmothers, my great-great-grandmothers. I'm standing on the sacrifices that they made. And the way that I honor them is I stand on excellence. Everything I do, I strive to do it with excellence. Now, for me, excellence means I give 100% of who I am, what I know, what I have, to what I'm doing in the moment. I give 100% of who I am, what I have, what I know, to what I'm being in the moment. That means right now I'm here speaking with you. I'm not trying to mother my children. That means when I'm mothering my children, I can't speak to you. Because the men's way of doing stuff is multitasking, but the way of the heart is to do one thing at a time and do it well. I stand on excellence. That's number one. Now, what am I standing for? So my first value is excellence, all right? 100% of who I am, what I have, what I know, what I'm doing in the moment. That's excellence, because I can't do three things and do everything well. I'm not like a television where I can be, there's a program on 4, there's a program on 7, there's HBO, there's Showtime, all of them are going on at the same time. I'm not a television, I'm a unified unit. I can only do one thing at a time and do it well. When I'm mothering, I'm mothering. When I'm loving, I'm loving. When I'm teaching, I'm teaching. When I'm speaking, I'm speaking. That's the woman's way. So that our presence comes through our heart and not from our head. I stand on excellence. Now, what do I stand for? I stand for the evolution of human consciousness. That's what I stand for. I want everybody to be using 55% or more of their mind, because right now we only use 3% of it. And it's not serving us well. I stand for the evolution of human consciousness, starting with women, so that we can not just, and when I say feminize our mind, I'm not talking about feminine rights in the world. I'm talking about use our mind in the way that our beings were constructed to use them, from a place of love and grace and elegance and compassion and connection. And not the way that men use their hearts and their minds, competing and striving and lusting and grabbing and greed. That's not a woman's way. So I stand for the evolution of human consciousness, to bring it back into alignment with universal law, because there is a law. And the law says that everything, begins in the mind. The mind is internal, so it has to happen inside before you can see it outside. Can you hear me? It has to happen inside before you can see it outside, just like a baby. Nobody walks around with the embryo hanging out their belly. Life begins within. And as women, we need to understand that. So I stand for the evolution of human consciousness, that will bring us back into alignment with universal law. And as women, to do our three jobs. One is to pray. The other is to dance. I didn't get to that yet. Did you know that was a woman's job, to dance? I'll tell you why in a minute. One is to pray, one is to dance, and the other one is to sing. Those are our works as women, to pray, to dance, and to sing. Why? Singing nurtures. Singing nourishes. You don't believe me? Just listen to a Whitney song. See if that don't nourish you. But anyway, I stand for the evolution of human consciousness. Those are two values, excellence and evolution. And what do I stand with? Boldness. Holy boldness. That's what I stand with. Holy boldness. Not hiding my light. I'm not accommodating people's crazy. I'm not following the rules no more. I'm not. I have decided that I am not going to put a period at the end of my sentences just because somebody else told me to. A sentence is a continuous line of thought, and I can make mine as long as I want to. I don't have to have a period. Can somebody talk to me? Just wave your hands. Boldness as a woman in all my glory, praying out loud in public places with a clear intention that I'm coming into this place to support the evolution of consciousness, and I'm going to do that with excellence. Can you hear me? How this thing is weaving together. And I'm going to do it boldly. Why? Because I'm a woman. And if you mess with me, I'm going to dance. Let me tell you why women's supposed to dance. Because the tool and the essence and the energy of life is between our hips. That's where the womb is. And it don't matter if you straight, gay, black, white, every woman got the womb in the same place. Whether you got it there or not, the energy is there. And the movement of the hips is what brings new life. And the bigger the hips, the more life you capable of giving. Everybody trying to get them hips little. Oh no. And when I say dance, I mean our movement. I'm not talking about just doing the rock steady. I'm talking about how we move, yeah? How we move as women, that our movement has to be glorious and elegant, yeah? That's our job as women, to move those hips and not to be so regimented and walking like, oh, oh, oh. My grandmother used to put me in a girdle. I'm talking about one of them Playtex things, and when it got hot, you could smell the rubber. God bless us, Spanx. They are so nice, you know. But I don't worry about it jiggling no more because I want to bring life. So I just let them hang. Pray and dance as you stand for the things that you value and leading from the heart, taking action from the inside to the outside. Can you hear me? Connect. As women, we got to learn how to connect again. Because we've been taught to separate and compete. And we got to understand that there's ways and places that we as women connect that men don't know nothing about. Can you hear me? Because we talk to each other, and we can smell things. We can, ooh, something ain't right. And we can see things. So we as women, in order to lead from the heart, in order to stand on our values and with our values, and in order to liven up and move into our medicine, we've got to learn how to connect again and stop being separate. You over there, me over here. I got to do this and do before. And that competition in the corporate world and all of that, even in the educational world, walking past each other, don't look each other. Look a woman in her eye. She could be suffering and needs you to pray for her. And you're so busy, you pass another woman, you don't look her in the eye. I want to see your eyeballs. I want to know. Because see, when a woman has a child that goes astray, every woman understands that. I don't care about your religion, your race, or nothing. When you as a woman are crying for your baby, I'm going to sit with you. Every woman understands a broken heart. When Boo Boo the fool upsets you, I'm upset with him too. Men don't do that for each other. Women do. Every woman understands what it means to lose her breast. I can sit with you as that, as a woman. I don't care if if you're a Muslim or a Christian or a Buddhist. You come to me, your sister, and tell me, I've lost my breast, I've lost my baby, boo-boo broke my heart. I can be with you. Those are ways that we as women connect that men don't know anything about. And we've got to start to do that everywhere. Don't let the woman 2 offices down from you be down there and you talking about her with other women and ain't said nothing to her. Hello? That ain't how we connect. That's how we compete. That's what we've been taught. Look a woman in her eye. How you be, not how are you. I'm very educated and I'm living well and I've got 2 cars. Okay, that's good. But how you be. How you be in your heart today. How you be. Are you heavy today? Are you sad today? Do you need a touch that touch and agree with me today? I'm standing with you today. That's women leading with the heart. That's women connecting. That's women being together. That's how women dance. That's how women pray. By connecting. Action, not activity. Action means that we be it, not do it. Be it. If you are an educator, be about education. Be education. Not just what's on the curriculum or on the agenda. Be about it. To educate means to adore, to pull out, not to put in. If you are about healing, then be it. Be it. That's our way. Action, not activity. Leading with the heart. How we feel the truth as it's born. And when we're off and when we're not clear, when we don't have a clear intention, and when we're stressed and when we're overwhelmed and when we're overcommitted, stop. Stop in your tracks. Reconnect. Pray. Dance a little. Sing. And when I say sing, I got a voice, but I can't sing. Well, I can sing, I just don't sound good. When I say sing, I mean speak your truth and speak it quickly. One of the things that is driving me absolutely to drink brown liquor. And I don't even drink. But I want some brown liquor on some days. When I'm listening to these things on the Squawk Box, and the people be lying through their teeth. I can't. They are singing off key, out of tune. And I'm not going to sing that song with them. I'm going to speak my truth, and I'm going to speak it quickly from my heart because I love you and I respect you enough to be able to handle the truth. And if you can't, oh well. Our singing means speaking what we know and offering it with love. Our singing means not using our voice involve ourselves in things that demean, diminish, and denigrate us as women. We got to be willing to change. The world is changing. I think we all know that. I think that we all know things are not going to be what they were. And we may not know what to do about it, and that's why we got to pray. To get new directions, to get new information, so that we can step into leadership in ways that we never have before, but doing it our way, not their way. Action, not activity. Be willing to change what you think, how you think, what you do, how you do it. Just be willing. And let's be willing to be a little softer too. Just a little, you know, not, but yeah, that's a secret that we can learn, you know, because we know how to do that. But when you do, it takes people off guard. Okay, what's wrong with her? Mm-hmm. And don't set your life up where people won't tell you the truth, particularly not other women. Because sometimes when we go, people won't tell us the truth because they don't want to get bitten and scratched. Yeah. And when the truth comes to you, even if it's hard, don't deny it. Know what you know, because that's your heart speaking. Let's figure this thing out so that we can make our mind the slave of the heart as opposed to the heart the slave of the head, which is how we've all been trained and taught to do. What else do they want you to know? That your ancestors have information for you. It's in your DNA. You don't have to
Working
go
out.
anywhere.
I can hear, I
You
can't
don't
see
have
it.
to go anywhere and look for it. It's in your DNA.
There it is.
So get still and let her speak to you. Let them speak to you about how they got through difficulties. Imagine on the bottom of a ship chained with people who didn't speak your same language, and they made it. And we meet some fool in the bar and he leave us in 6 weeks and we falling apart. That doesn't make sense to me. Get the information from grandma. They have messages, and that's why we've been brought to this stillness. So I think maybe if I can respond to any inquiries that you might have, that would give you some distinct and specific information. I hope that you've taken something out of this that you can use. Action within, not activity without. Everything begins within. So lead from the neck down with your heart, yeah? Doing it our way. And pray and dance and sing and get clear about your values, what you're standing on, what you're standing for, and what you're standing with. And make sure you incorporate that into everything. And sometimes we have to do things that we have to do in the moment just to get to the next step. So remember, you can do anything for a little while, but don't sell out to it. Okay? When you get to where you have an intention of going, do something different. Yes? Good. And listen within, because grandmothers are speaking right now. They're speaking. Okay. How do I answer questions? I don't know. Somebody tell me. I'm sure there's a way. Are we on the webinar? Or are we on a meeting? We're on a webinar. Yes. I think you're muted, Lisa. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
I just first want to thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your words with us and being open to questions from, we have on here 316 women.
Oh.
If you look in the chat, they are just so inspired by your words today.
Yes.
So if anyone has any questions, one question that Amber Williams has is, how do we ensure that we do not pass on trauma through our leadership?
Yeah, you got to do your work. You have to do your inner work to neutralize the trauma. And one of the reasons, some of us don't even know that we've been traumatized. But you can look at your life and see how it's unfolding. And so one of the ways that you know that there's trauma in there is look at your reactions. When you are reacting as opposed to choosing a response, chances are there's some trauma. And so many of us have sexual trauma and abuse trauma and abandonment trauma. And that's where your inner work comes. You've got to do your inner work. That's different for everybody. But see, one of the ways we escape is living here. When you're living here, you can bypass the trauma. But when you start getting down into that body, yeah, it'll come up. So you have to find a way to do your work. And first, tell the truth. Here's one of the things is tell the truth about your pain. Because your pain needs a witness. Your pain needs a witness. And so very often we deny our pain, and then it just grows and it grows and it hollers and it screams. No, tell the truth about your pain. And it doesn't have to make sense to anybody if it makes sense to you. Tell the truth about your pain and witness it. And then find out where it lives in your body. See, for men, it lives up here, but for us, it lives in our body. And that results in our fibroids and our diabetes and our hypertension, because those unwitnessed pains, they're going to give birth to something in your body. Yeah. So do your inner work. And again, everybody has to find their own.
Ms. Vanzant, you have another question. Black women are often silenced. So how can we stand in our boldness?
Yeah. Because they took our tongues. They took our tongues. When they took grandma's baby and she couldn't say anything, she lost her tongue. When she got raped and beaten and she couldn't say anything, she lost her tongue. So we have to reclaim our tongue, reclaim it, and start with your no. Start with your no. Have a strong no. Just no, 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 because grandma and great grandma and big mama, they couldn't say no, and that's how they lost their tongue. No, you can't rape me. No, you can't take my baby. No, you can't whip me. No, you can't beat me. No, you can't treat me like that. No, I'm not cooking your food. You see, that's how we lost our tongue. Can you hear me? So start with no. Start with a no. Find 56 ways to say no. And one day, just spend a whole day saying no. How are you? No. You want to go to, no. What you doing? No. Everything, just so that your body can reintegrate the energy of your no. That's why we're silent, because we think our no is wrong. We think our no is not permitted. We think our no is not acceptable. No, start with your no. Get your no. No, don't talk to me like that. No, you can't do that here. Oh, no. Oh, hell to the no. Nope. Okay.
No, I love it. Yes. And then the next question, what can we do so that we don't share or spread our pain to the students in our care, even as we work on our pain?
Have a clear intention. Have a clear intention. You know, that I'm going to be a clear vessel today, and I'm going to teach or share or grow or heal painlessly. From a place of clarity, from a clear intention. Have a clear intention. That's how it won't spill out from us. But I'm just telling you right now, you don't have to believe me, but we've got to get healed up, because this is our time. This is our time. Kelly Price sang that song about 7 years ago. My time, it's my time, it's my time. And so anyway, it's our time. Yeah, so we got to get healed up. so that we can do everything. We don't want to share it, spread it with our students. We don't want to spread it on other women. We don't want to share it with our partners. We don't want to put it in our grits. We don't want none of that. We want to clean up our energy so that, so set clear intentions, yeah? And also the other thing is, when is your healing time? Do you have a healing time? When you just sit and journal or sit and meditate or go to your therapy or your coaching or whatever it is? Do you have a time when you clean up your energy? Do you have a time when you just be with you? Do you have a time for that? One of the things that I did, because me as a grown woman, I was pretty straight, but the little girl inside me, she was broke the hell up, okay? And she was running my life. She was running my life. So I got a picture of myself and framed it. And once a week, I would sit down with her, that picture, and I would just write her story and ask her what she needed. Because I was so smart, but I couldn't control a 5-year-old who was running my life, spending my money, eating all kind of craziness, running the people up out my house. She was running my life. So I had to get her in check. And I had to do it from a place of kindness, love, and compassion, not sit down and not beating up on myself. No. So I sat with her. And I just remembered with her and talked to her and wrote it down. And sometime I would leave it, and sometime I would write prayers for her, and sometime I'd write down when she was angry, and then I'd take those letters and I'd burn them and just transform the energy. Can I tell you something? Don't put your face mad with me, okay? And I want to say this in a loving, kind way. Oh, I can do that because I stand for evolution. Hear me. I was raised in the Church of God in Christ, Kojic, where everything was a sin. And the biggest sin was me. As a woman, I was a problem. I'm just saying, in the realm of traditional religion, they gutted it of the feminine presence and the feminine power. And I'm an ordained minister, seminary trained and ordained. And here's what I want you to know. Be mindful of the tenets, not only of religion, but of society that are gutted of your power as a woman. Because there's so much that I learned that was my power as a woman that religion told me I couldn't do. I'll just leave it right there. I love the Lord. And he heard my cry. But the pastors are telling me there's stuff that is essential to me as a woman that's sinful and Jesus don't want me to do. So you know what I did? I went and asked Jesus myself. I don't need you to ask Jesus, a man to ask Jesus what I need to be doing as a woman. So I'm just saying, be mindful. Because a lot of our medicine as women, a lot of our healing as women, the church cut it out. They did. Why? So they could control us. So they could control us. So if you think burning sage is witchcraft, if you think scrubbing your body with herbs is evil, if you think meditating is going to let in the dark spirits, you might want to rethink that, or you might just be willing to change. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, we just want to say thank you so much for all of your words of wisdom. We know that we need to begin with clear intention, lead with a heart, and no more denying who we are. Thank you so much.
Deep bow to you. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, what a wonderful presentation. So we are going to move on to our artist, Sasha. Oh my goodness, let's see our end result, Sasha. Talk to us and tell us what you have. Okay, Sasha, we are.
Here we are. I didn't know if I was on yet. Well, so this piece, let me kind of move it so you
Yes, beautiful.
So I was in the middle of titling it. It's called Put Your Mask On First. So she represents the mother, the educator, the superintendent, a woman of leadership, the boss. And this basically represents her load. Her employees, her children, the students, her community, the church. And it seems like a heavy load, but it's light to her because she put her mask on first. And if you look at her, the expression on her face, she's smiling, she's at peace. And without that mask, she may not be so. For the background, I did yellow on the left because she is the light, and a deep orange on the right to represent life. It could represent racism. It could represent heavy things that you're going through in your life. It could be what the children are going through or what the people who you're representing are going through. And then of course she has the mask for them now that she has hers on. I put a little bit of the yellow in the orange to represent that everywhere has a little bit of light in it. It could also stand for systemic racism, because even with the opposite race, there is a small representation of us. So it's very open to interpretation, except for the fact that those who are taking care of others must take care of themselves first. So.
Thank you, Sasha. You can follow Sasha on Instagram, Mindfire Art, and visit her website. Her information will be in the chat. Thank you, Sasha.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And so Asia Good is a proud Washington, D.C. native. She's an elementary educator who is passionate about improving culturally responsive social-emotional learning curricula and programs for Black girls on the national and global level. Asia earned her Bachelor's of Arts in Early Childhood Education from Spelman College and a Master of Arts in Teaching and Childhood Education. Asia also is a recipient of the Bill and Melinda Gates Millennium Scholarship. This fall, Asia will be a second-year doctoral student in the Educational Leadership and Policy Studies program at Howard University. So thank you, Asia.
Thank you, Dr. Porter.
Absolutely. And so we want to introduce our afternoon artist. Let's see, is she ready? We're going to bring her on up. Okay, we're going to transition briefly to our graduate student moderator. Oh, I think Tarika is ready. Yes, there you are. Yes, please share with us what you will be doing for us this afternoon.
Okay, so this afternoon, I will be doing a portrait of y'all. I want to make sure I'm saying her name correctly. It will be Miss Iyanla. Okay, so I'm doing a portrait of her, and basically when I first came into the chat, she said a lot of inspirational things, and I am actually a very big fan of hers and from her show. So not only will it be a portrait, but it will be some things I'm going to incorporate based off of what she said. So I hope you guys can sit back and watch.
Well, we will definitely check in with you to see what you have created. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we are going to move to our next panel discussion, Scholars Speak Self-Care for Leaders as Other Mothers. And now I'm going to introduce Delilah M. Pinkney. She is a third-year doctoral student in the Educational Leadership and Policy Studies at Howard University. She has been in the field of special education for 13 years in Washington, D.C., teaching kindergarten through 12th grades. For the past 10 years, she has been in leadership roles, including serving as an academic director and Director of School for 2 non-public special education schools in Washington, D.C. Her accomplishments including earning a Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication and Culture from Howard University, a Master of Arts degree in Social Organizational Psychology from Teachers College, Columbia University, and a second Master's of Arts degree in Special Education with a concentration in children and adolescents with emotional and behavioral disabilities from the George Washington University. After completing graduate school, Delilah earned 2 certifications within the field of special education, non-categorically special education, and serious emotional disturbance of pre-K through 12th grades. Please help me welcome Delilah M. Pinckney.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to introduce to you Melody Andrews, and she is a 3rd-year doctoral student in the Educational Leadership and Policy Studies program at Howard University. Melody began her education career in Greensboro, North Carolina, and is currently a high school English teacher in Fairfax County, Virginia, with 7 years of experience. As an NEA Early Career Leadership Fellow, Melody represented the NEA at Education International's Sustainable Development Goals Advocates Workshop in Brussels, Belgium. Recently, she was selected as a Southern Education Leadership Initiative Fellow with the Southern Education Foundation. In addition to her advocacy work, Melody has presented research on best practices in culturally sustaining literacy instruction, effective teacher retention / support implementation, and Black women education leaders, as well as collaborated to create safe spaces for Black educators to receive professional development and support. May everyone please welcome Miss Melody Andrews.
Hello, so we're going to get started. I am feeling so full. I hope you guys are enjoying this morning. I'm going to start by introducing our panelists. Thank you, Delilah, for that beautiful introduction. So let's get started. Our first panelist is Dr. Celeste Malone, PhD and Master's Social Work, is an associate professor and coordinator of the School Psychology program at Howard University. She received her PhD in school psychology from Temple University and completed a postdoctoral fellowship in child clinical and pediatric psychology at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Dr. Malone's research focuses on the development of multicultural competence through education and training, diversification of the profession of school psychology, and the relationship between culturally responsive practice and PK through 12 student outcomes. Related to her interest in professional issues in school psychology, Dr. Malone serves on the National Association of School Psychologists Board of Directors as the strategic liaison for the social justice strategic goal and is an elected member of the American Psychological Association Board of Educational Affairs, the governance group which develops policies for education and training in psychology. Let's welcome Dr. Malone. Next, we have Dr. April L. Peters, excuse me, and she is an associate department chair and associate professor of educational administration in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy Studies at the University of Houston. She earned an MA and PhD of Educational Policy and Leadership from The Ohio State University, an MSW from Columbia University in New York, and a BS-ED from Northwestern University, Evanston, Illinois. She has worked in the K-12 context as a middle school teacher, a school social worker, dean of students, and a high school principal. Dr. Peters' research interests include mentoring and support for early career administrators, women in school leadership, leadership in urban small school reform, effective university and district partnerships, and leadership development. Welcome, Dr. Peters. Next, we have Dr. Vanzant Chambers, who is a professor and associate dean for equity and inclusion in the College of Education at Michigan State University. Her research interests include post-Brown K-12 education policy and urban education/urban education leadership. Specifically, she is interested in the ways within school segregation policies influence African-American students' academic achievement and school engagement, as well as the price of school success for high-achieving students of color and racial opportunity costs. Tara is immediate past president of the University Council of Educational Administration and has published many works of the field's top journals and serves as the vice president of the East Lansing School Board. Let's welcome Dr. Chambers. Next with us, we have Dr. Terry N. Watson, who is an associate professor in the Department of Leadership and Human Development at the City College of New York. A Harlem native, her research examines effective school leadership and is aimed to improve the educational outcomes and life chances of historically excluded and underserved students and families. Dr. Watson is the guest editor for a special issue of the Journal of Educational Administration and History, titled A Seat at the Table, Examining the Impact, Ingenuity, and Leadership Practice of Black Women and Girls, PK through 20 Context. Publication date, summer 2020. Let's welcome Dr. Watson. And last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Patrice McClellan, who is the president and lead strategist of the Ronald Group, affectionately known as Dr. P. She is a nationally recognized leadership expert and is often referred to as the leadership coach. With over 20 years of experience grooming leaders and helping organizations thrive, Dr. P has been preparing leaders in various sectors of higher education, banking, and nonprofit organizations. A member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Dr. P is a published author on leadership activism and a community advocate. She is most proud of her role with United Way Greater Toledo's African American Leadership Council and her fundraising activity for the Children Defense Fund Freedom School, housed at the Monroe Street Neighborhood Center. Let's welcome Dr. McClellan, or Dr. P, as she told me to call her this morning. So it is such a pleasure to speak with you ladies this morning. I'm fangirling just a little bit because I have cited several of you in my research. So I'm just so excited and extremely full and blessed to be able to speak with you this morning. This afternoon, actually. So we will dive right in with a few of our questions related to a lot of the information that we have heard this morning from our previous speakers. So we're discussing other mothering and the ways in which other mothering looks in educational leadership. So we're going to start off by defining that. So if you all would share with us your definitions of other mothering and how that looks in the context of educational leadership and in the movement for Black lives.
You guys want me to go? I'll go first. I define other mothering as filling in the gaps, right? So when I look at my whole entire career in higher ed and going through the whole tenure track process, I have had other mothers. So when we talk about Cynthia Tyson and Judy Austin, they were my other mothers. And they filled in the gaps because our natural parents got us to a place, to where we could thrive and survive in higher ed. But our other mothers took us along that journey to go through tenure process, how to present, how to write. And so now it's our job, being as I think now we're the other mothers of the younger graduate students. Now we fill in the gaps of the Melody Andrews that are coming to help you learn some of the things that our other mothers have taught us.
Yeah, I love that response about filling in the gaps, because there's so much that is hidden in academia, in education, all of these hidden rules that everyone else is following. And then people of color, especially Black individuals, we engage in these norm violations and get punished harshly for them, but we didn't even know that we were breaking some rules. And so as I see other mothering, it's about making the invisible very much visible to my students, and not just my students, I think broadly within professional spaces, because education as a whole is a predominantly white space. And then thinking about our various sub-disciplines, not just how you navigate in academia and through your graduate programs, but when you get out into the world, how are you able to be successful and what are the rules that you need to know? But along with that, because it's not just all of the missteps and avoiding landmines, but also telling them about celebration and building community and connecting them to others in the community, that I see Black academics and Black scholars as the spider web, and our students are coming in, and it's our job to help connect them with others and remind them that they have the responsibility to do that next.
Yeah, I echo what my co-panelists have said. I also, I look to Mother Patricia Hill Collins for a definition for other mothering. I think she's one of the first who've articulated this in her research. And I think that that's important because we have other mothers sort of in the flesh, right, that guide us. And then we have those other mothers as scholars who, through their writing, guided us. And so I started my career researching Black women in leadership. And so Patricia Hill Collins was one of those folks. Also Barbara Jackson and Judy Alston. You're gonna hear Judy Alston's name a lot. She's already been the facilitator of a panel, but she's also served in that role for us, and Cynthia Tyson, who was definitely that for me as a doc student. And I think that it's really the role and the relationships that Black women take on and cultivate with others. Other mothers invest their energy in improving the quality of life for those within their care. And included in that is that notion of ethic of care, that notion of social and political activism, and helping to define or redefine community, however that looks or whatever that means in that context. It requires us to speak truth to power, to challenge racist hegemony, to investigate the ways in which our own thinking and that of our students. And we have a unique responsibility as educational leadership professors because we teach students who then go and teach students, right? And so we other mother, and it reaches those kids in the K-12 context is our hope. And we needed to investigate and challenge the ways in which their thinking may have been co-opted, right? I believe that it requires us to agitate the system while also simultaneously working in the system, and that's a nuanced set of responsibilities. It requires us to continue to nurture Black lives. Other mothers have always actually been invested in the movement. We're in this moment where we're talking about it, but we've always been doing this work. It hasn't just started because there's been this recent national reckoning. It's not novel for us, so we keep doing that work. We keep fighting that good fight and challenging the system while simultaneously working to change the system.
I'd like to build off what Dr. Peters said. And in defining mother work, Patricia Hill Collins defines it as issues of power, survival, and identity. And part of the work of mothers is to make sure that power is not only felt, but is shepherded. And this power is vested in Black women in particular in a very different way as opposed to white women because of the issues that our children face. So in a power dynamic, let's say, that the mother work is to ensure that there is literally a seat at the table for that child. And so in our roles as educational leaders, that mother work is making sure that young people are heard, that their voices are not only on the table, but they're centered, they're front and center. In terms of survival, is making sure that they're being cared for, that when we ask how are the community, we know that our children are healthy and being cared for and being respected in ways that supports their livelihoods. Too often schools are harmful places for young people. And we would hope that the work of mothers would be to intervene in any way to make sure that that child leaves that space healthy and whole. And lastly, identity. You know, too often it's not what we're called, but it's who we are that matters the most. And other mothers affirm who we are. They tell us, they love us through even our most difficult times. They know that we are not the worst thing we ever done. So they help us redeem ourselves and grow and learn valuable lessons so that we too can become other mothers. And other mothers can come in any shape and form, meaning that you don't need a PhD. I mean, love Dr. Judy, love Dr. P, love you, sis, but know that they're all throughout our community. They're the women who urge us and say, you know, you go girl, or I'm proud of you. We have to remember that mother work comes in all shapes and forms, but it's those who love and support, you know, other people's children. And that's where the heavy lift comes in. We can't have enough other mothers because we know that the mother work is a heavy lift.
I don't know, I almost forgot that I was on the panel, y'all. I was just over here in my little amen corner. But I just want to first just thank the conveners for putting this powerful event together. I'm just honored to be a part of it. And so I'm going to do my best to keep my comments short so I can hear from my powerful sisters. But in terms of what other mothering looks like in the context of educational leadership and in the movement for Black lives, I think we have learned from all of the panelists today and throughout, from the morning, that there cannot be educational leadership that does not center Black lives, that does not acknowledge the contributions of the Black community to schooling. So those of you who know me know I'm a closet historian. And I would point to the work of Dr. James Anderson, whose transformative book on the history of Black education in the South demonstrated how the very institution of public education came directly from the efforts of the Black community, who had recently been emancipated but demanded education for their children, and brought the clandestine efforts for schooling that had been hidden into the light. Little schoolhouses seemingly springing up out of nowhere, but they didn't come out of nowhere. But I think that there is an extended legacy of Black folks leading for educational justice. I'm thinking about 16-year-old Barbara Johns, whose efforts in Virginia were essential to the Brown ruling. I'm thinking about the Little Rock Nine. I'm thinking about Marva Collins, who I just learned about earlier today on a previous panel. So today I'm looking at the Black Lives Matter movement, and I'm not surprised that once again, we are leading the revolution. Educational leaders, especially Black leaders, are essential to what happens next. And so I have my little Black Lives Matter at School shirt on today to represent that we really, we and our Black students are the future here.
Thank you for that. So just thinking about what you all have shared and really thinking about what I believe Dr. Peters said about agitating in the system while working in the system, and what Dr. Watson mentioned as far as mother work and ensuring a seat at the table for our students and for children. Research states that other mothers are the backbone of school communities. And so and I think you guys touched on this a little bit, but can you expand upon how this shows up in your practice as education researchers?
For me, I think about, in addition to supporting my students and helping them to find their why and connect to their why. And so when I think of Black students who are coming into higher education, they do so because they want to make an impact on their communities, but they may not necessarily know the pathway to do so yet and have challenges in navigating the system. And so how it shows up for me in my education work is laying out those paths. Making visible what's invisible, sharing my thought processes, how I would approach a situation to provide them with the guidance, as well as affirming them so that they feel competent in these skills to go out and do it on their own, and to, again, really think about the causes that are important to them. But at the same time, it may be somewhat hidden to them, but challenging the barriers that are standing in their way. And that's what mothers do. And so we're working to push our children forward, to give them agency, to give them voice, while clearing out the barriers that are preventing them from doing so.
And to piggyback on what Dr. Malone said, and I'm so used to calling these women when I call their telephones ringing by first name, like, hey girl, so I'm really like struggling to call them doctor because I know them outside of that. But part of, and I believe Dr. Bettina Love talks about this, that protection, right? That potential, I think she calls it protecting potential. And she typed it in the chat, but when we look at our role or my role, and this is one of the reasons why I transitioned from the academy and became an executive leadership coach, because in my becoming a leader, I made some mistakes, right? But there were people there to protect me so that, as Dr. Malone said, I wouldn't get punished as harsh, get punished harshly. Whereas if one of my white counterparts did the same thing, it was kind of slap on the wrist. So when I go into schools and I'm the job coach or the leadership coach for a principal or someone trying to become a superintendent, my role is to teach and protect them in that learning space. That's how I other mother, because these women know me on the panel. I'm not afraid of much, right? But what I'm afraid of is getting to the gates and not doing what God assigned me to do, right? And that's the part of other mothering too, is that we tap in to what our gifting is and use the knowledge that we've learned along the way. Yeah, we have to protect not only our administrators, but also our babies. Because a lot of these students, and Dr. Watson and I do work with Black girls. These Black girls are coming to a space where they feel not being protected. They're walking to school and not being protected. So when we come and interact with them, that is our assignment to protect them.
Yeah. For me, there are a couple spaces where I feel like my strengths lie with respect to other mothering. So when I think about this, I didn't start out trying to be an academician. I ran from that thing. And here I am 15 years in now. But one of the things that was so powerful, and I mentioned it in the previous question, was the research. You know, it's so powerful to read something because you read so few things that speak to your heart, speak to your soul, speak to your purpose, speak to your mission. And so there have been some scholars who wrote something, and it's like you in the margins, I'm writing amen and highlighting because it has nurtured me. And I'm humbled when I go to conferences and I meet students and they say the same thing to me, but it's that responsibility to continue to do that because it speaks to people, it speaks to the work they do. And it not only speaks to people who look like us, I mean, it speaks to many people who read our work and who are doing the work with Black children in schools. The other thing for me that has been just probably a life mission in many ways professionally is mentoring. So I think about mentoring that I've received when it's been good and where it's been lacking. And for me, I need to show up in that space with respect to other mothering through the mentoring. So specifically, I'll give you two examples. This past year, we engaged in a project, myself and a colleague, where we did what we call sister circles with, and I'll talk about that a little bit later more if we get a chance, but with Black women doc students in our department. We formalized it as a mentoring experience. We got some funding to do that. The group has been affirming because I think it was Dr. Watson, I was about to say Terry too, mentioned that this is symbiotic. Like it's not just that you have to have a PhD in order to do this. No, we've been other mothers since the time before we could walk and talk. But when we get into this space, we also learn, right? So if we're engaging with folks with whom we're mentoring, then it's the best relationship when it's not this top-down, hierarchical, very patriarchal, androcentric, I tell you what to do, you're a carbon copy of me, but really, I honor who you are, I value who you are, I'm gonna pull your coat when I need to, I'm gonna push you when I need to, but you're also pouring into me, and I'm pouring into you. So I do that with students. I also do it with pre-tenure faculty, both formally in my institution, but then I had this crazy notion that I wanted to do that for pre-tenure Black women across this country who I would just see at conferences and say, hey, do you need some mentoring? I think a couple of them might even be watching right now, but this whole tenure thing is a beast. And we often don't have people in our spaces who are willing. First of all, we don't have a lot of people who look like us, but even in spite of that, we don't have people who can help shepherd us through that process in life-giving and affirming ways. And so I've tried to cultivate those relationships and, mentor is the word that I use, but it's beyond that because we don't just talk about work. We don't just talk about tenure. Mothers see the whole person. We love every bit of you, right? As a mom, that's what we do. And so when we do mother work, it is very similar, right? We have to nurture folks in their individuality and not just in terms of the profession. And so we do that, and it's so symbiotic. I've gotten as much as I've given, maybe more, and I think that's the power, the beauty of that work. And so I'm very honored and blessed to be able to operate in that space, but I also see it as the thing that is part of my calling. I think the work that we end up doing has to be what we're called to do in the way that we're called to do it. So for me, that's what that looks like in my little corner of the world.
Thank you, Dr. Peters. I just want to mention that Dr. Peters, as well as Dr. McClellan, are in that special issue that was noted at the top. So the segue. So for me, mother work appears in my research, I think is central. And I want to shout out my mother first, because without her, I literally wouldn't be here. But so much of who we are is whose we are. And if you know me, one of the first things I'll tell you is that I'm from Harlem. And Harlem means a lot to me. Harlem is community. Harlem is place. Harlem affirms who I am as a Black woman, as a mother, as a scholar. However, when I went to the literature, I noted that when you speak about, agency in terms of educational activism, you don't often hear about what's happening in the North or what's happening in Harlem in particular. And so in my manuscript in the special issue titled Harlem's Mother Work Post-Brown, Implications for Urban School Leaders, I actually investigated Harlem's role in educational advocacy. And I found that right after the Brown decision, 9 Harlem mothers were the very first one to push back on Harlem's inequitable and unequal school system. And so what I found is that we have to find our mothers in the research. Too often, Black women and Black women leaders are omitted from the canon, if you will. The canon, ironically, wouldn't exist without us, yet we're not there. And we have to literally write ourselves into the narrative. The hunter will never tell the full story. And so in research, I find ways to affirm not only who I am as a Black woman and a Black woman leader, but also Harlem's role in pushing education forward, and we're still fighting. And so for me, mother work simply centers me and grounds me and shows me kind of the light north, the light home, the who I am. And so please have a look at that special issue. It's some rich chapters in there. And thank you for convening and talking about mothers. I don't think we talk about Black women enough and the good work we do in and out of schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So I have to say that, so how does other mothering show up in my practice? I teach at a predominantly white institution, Michigan State, but we roll pretty deep with Black scholars. So I can, we can always improve and we're not perfect, but I know how lucky I am to have a strong community that I can count on. But even in that situation, we're a small force against a large tide. And so it used to be flattering when people would compliment me by saying things like, "Oh, thank you so much for taking the time to show me how to do this," or "Thank you for giving your time to serve on the school board or to volunteer for this event." And I'm like, how can I say this? Like, on the one hand, this is how the Black community has always done. Like, I learned from my grandmama, this is how we do. We lift as we climb. We may be throwing the event, but we also come in before to make sure all the chairs are set up. We stay in after to make sure that everything is taken down. This is what, when you are a leader, you do all of these things. This is just what I was taught to do. My doctoral students will tell you that when you become my advisee, I welcome you into my family, like for real. But it's sad also because I'm reminded almost daily that this is not like typical practice. And it's sad because I know how much I benefited from this practice by my elders, and I'm trying to live up to their legacy. But I think that's an important note. So to the degree that I practice other mothering, it is absolutely a reflection of the other mothering that was done for me. It's not something that I take for granted either, because I grew up in the white suburbs in predominantly white schools and never had a Black teacher until I went to college. And so the role modeling I received from my Black family, and then that was poured into me by my Black professors at the University of Illinois, quenched like the deepest thirst that you can only understand if you've experienced it. So that's how other mothering shows up in my practice. The only way that I can express my gratitude for how my Black family and my Black community showed up for me is to pay it forward to others.
That's right. I can definitely relate to that as someone who grew up in a white suburb, and yeah, totally feel that. So thinking about like protecting potential and protecting Black girlhood and mentorship and how we insert ourselves into narratives and in the canon, there's another side of other mothering that has been explored lately a little bit, in the way that in which that other mothering can also be harmful and draining in some respects. So if you all could share a little bit about that and your experiences with those feelings as well.
Ooh, I think
I mean, it's a tough thing to talk about, like, because
that's tough. I think in April, Dr. Peters and I can, and see, that's how far back we go. It was Dr. Peters when we first met. But when she and I were at UCA, and it was a long time ago, where Judy Austin was probably one of the only Black professors outside of Linda Tillman. And then it was April, myself, and maybe 4 or 5 other Black scholars. And so we've kind of stuck to each other like glue. And what we did was, and then Terry comes along years later, and then here's Tara, right? So what we decided to do was, what's your area? Okay, I knew April did strategic planning and mentorship. I know Tara is a historian. So if we needed to know like what happened 50 years ago, we go to Tara. We know that Terry does Black girls and anything Harlem, New York. They know that I'm doing Black women leaders, leadership, and what that means. And we know what Celeste does, right? So in that, what I have learned from these women, and Terry called me about 2 weeks ago, and these are the women that can also, you know, pull my collar, like, okay, Treese, what are you doing? Because that's what they call me, right? And so what I've learned, we stay in our lane. That's how we can protect ourselves, is to stay in our lane, perfect what we do well. Because we're Black, we can, and Black women, we get pulled in all these different type of directions, but you need a squad that'll say, Treese, your lane is Black women educational leaders. Do that thing right there. And then I got this piece of the puzzle. And so we're all working together towards the same problem, because if we don't do that, then that other mothering piece, it will consume you, because then you're not doing what you're, you know, gifted or called to do. So these women keep me in my lane and connect me to the things, you know, that will help perfect my lane. And hopefully they love me, you know, hopefully I'm doing that with y'all, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You know, I think it was Soror Williams. Yes, I have to just stop and say there are thousands of Deltas affiliate with this program. And so, and I'll be celebrating 29 years in December of membership. But it was Soror Williams this morning who talked about putting your mask on first. And I think that that's so important. You know, mother work is selfless, right? You're giving of yourself, and you are not necessarily expecting anything in return, although I mentioned how symbiotic these relationships ultimately can be. But we have to be careful about that, because you can't pour from an empty pitcher. So there is a moment in there where we have to sort of, you know, step back, retreat back, and think about how we engage in the self-care portion of this, so that we can be effective in the work that we are called to do and that we have taken on in order to build our communities. You know, when we think about other mothering and mother work, it requires community building. It requires activism in order to effectuate change. I think of it as a form of change insurgency, and it's radical. And change makes people uncomfortable. So here you are already, you know, not well represented in terms of, you know, being a Black woman. There are not multiple of us in this space, and then we're doing this change work. So there is a danger inherent in that. And it's not unlike the brave, the experiences of the brave sisters who pioneered the early education of people. I think of our people. I think Dr. Watson and Dr. Chambers both mentioned the history of that. And you know, in my dissertation, I mentioned folks like Myrtilla Minor, like young people who were just going out trying to start schools, and just they're burning the schools down, and their own physical safety was threatened. And it's not unlike that even today. So when we do this work, we have to remember that. We have to, you know, gird ourselves and fortify ourselves, because it can be dangerous work psychologically, emotionally, and physically. We're rarely a force in terms of numbers, in terms of policymaking, and yet the very presence that we exert can challenge and disturb the status quo, and that in and of itself can place us in a harmful position. And I would underscore what what Dr. McClellan has said in terms of being able to then go back to that foundational group. Just about everybody on this panel, I have either been in some sort of like sister group with or worked with in some way. And so, so that tells you that this world is, this community is fairly small. And so we have to work together in order to get the things accomplished that we need to get accomplished. But also we know in this work that we've done individually and collectively that our presence is a threat in many ways to the fabric of the system, right? Not only the systems in which we immediately work, but in those K-12 environments. I mean, we could talk a lot about trying to get published or the teaching evaluations or any number of ways in which the work that we've been doing or been trying to do has been met with resistance. And so we do need to find ways to get the support that we need, but we also need to be very aware that this work is not without the challenges, it's not without the pushback. And so that's why I think it's required that we find that the sister circle in the middle of that to come back to.
Yeah, Dr. Peters, I'd like to build on that for a second about this need for community. I think too often, many of us, just to be honest, many of us are happy with being the only one. Meaning if we're in these white spaces and there's just one or two sisters and, you know, another one comes in and it's like, whoa, that's too many. There's never too many Black women or people of color in a space. Schools were not created with us in mind. So when we are in these spaces, I think it's paramount that we share our stories, meaning we come in as our full selves. We tell people who we are and who we belong to and what's important to us and why. I think too often we shield ourselves. We put on this, you know, mantra and this S on our back. It doesn't have to be a heavy lift if we don't want it to be. Meaning if we share our stories, if we look for community, if we let people stand in their light and know that that light won't blind you. In fact, that light affirms you and allows you too to shine. Meaning we can all shine together. We're less than 16% of the overall population. So there's always room for Black women. There's always room for other scholars of color to speak their truth and to belong, to be given a seat at the table. So I think our charge, and this space affords that, is to create spaces for other Black women and people of color. There can never be enough of us. Schools were not created with us in mind, and knowing that we have to be proactive as opposed to reactive. We have to be welcoming and warm. And oftentimes when I see any of you, the first thing I'll say is, you know, hey sis, because I want you to know that I'm not in competition with you. There's enough for all of us, and our realities at our individual institutions are hard enough. So when we do convene, it's important that we are loving, that we are graceful, that we are merciful, and that we learn to grow and be ourselves. Because if we're not ourselves, then the academy will define us, and we're far more than a PhD. We're mothers and sisters and members of the community. In fact, we're nation building. So we're doing some really Herculean things in our own lane, and that's what's up. Like, we can say that, and we don't have to, you know, hey, how are you? Nah, sis, it's us. How you doing? How your mama and them? And I think too often we put that mask on and we're afraid to let it go. And we need to be better about that. I need to be better about that. So I want to say thank you all, and I love hearing from you, reading your work, citing your work. Also, cite Black women. If you're Black women, please cite your sister. That's why we're here. We have to write ourselves into these books, literally. That's why that special issue is out. And I told the editors, it has to be Black women talking about Black women and girls, because if I don't, who will? That is our role. Push back on these systems. We have to, now that we're here, especially Tara just got Tara is a full professor. I was like, yes, she gonna write my letter because I'm going up in 5'2", sis. You inspired me. So we have to affirm one another. Open the door, create space. Make sure there's a spot for me, sis. I'm coming. And Tara, I was serious about that. Hey.
I got you, sis. Put me on your list. I got that letter for you. You know I do.
Excellent.
Think about, you know, everything that's been said so far so deeply resonates. And so thinking about the importance of self-care and community, because as Black women, as activists, taking on the message that we hear about strong Black women, and then not wanting to not fulfill that intention. And so we take on so much and can be afraid to ask for help sometimes and isolate because we don't want anyone to see us vulnerable. Or if we're asking for help, it could be perceived as weak, where we're getting more and more. And there's so much need out there that we feel compelled to take that on. When students come to us, well, yes, come support, even though we know that we have a whole long to-do list of things that we need to do for ourselves and for other people, but still taking on these additional responsibilities because we don't want to say no. We don't want to feel like we're turning our back on our communities and feel that guilt as well while we're suffering under the pressure. And as a psychologist, stress kills. It impacts our productivity, it impacts our own physical and mental and emotional well-being. And so we want to give so much to everyone, but then when we're not taking the time to stop, when we don't feel like we actually have permission to rest, we can't give to anyone else. We can't engage in that activism work at all. And so that speaks also to the importance of having community, because our sisters are a reflection of ourselves. And so we would, if our sister is struggling, we would tell her, stop, slow down, take a rest, turn off your emails for a little bit. You don't need to respond for that. And so we need that reflection also, and the ability to give ourselves grace, because we also don't want to model these bad habits for the ones that we're mothering. If they just see us shouldering on without pausing, without taking a break, without engaging in self-care, they think this is how you function and this is how you operate. And so they start to learn those bad habits also, which isn't going to be healthy for them or for our movements in the long haul.
That's good. So how can other mothering be harmful? That's a big question. So, I mean, I think that there are times when I feel, I don't know if the right phrase is taken advantage of or taken for granted, but you can literally see like the relaxation in people's face and posture, like, oh, Tara's doing it. Oh, April's got it. Okay, cool. And some of that's because they know that we have it under control. It's relief, but some of it comes from the belief that it's my job, it's our job to take care of other folks, to fix all the problems. And I think that's deeply rooted in the expectations back to slavery, that Black folks, particularly Black women, will play that mammy role. It's not seen with appreciation, and there's no help offered with it. It's just expected because that's what we're supposed to do. And so that's something that I struggle with for sure. Like, how do I move forward with my authentic practice? I was listening to Dr. Fenwick this morning, because I'm real clear that what I do because I want to do it. I don't do it because it's expected of me. But how do I do that when I know that there are some others who do see it as expected? You know what I mean? Like, I think there is also a gendered dynamic to this that we haven't really gotten into. And I think that's really powerful. I appreciated Iyanla's comments earlier. My cousin, who's not a cousin, people think we have the same name, it's a little bit different, but she was talking about this earlier too. So I don't have good answers to this, but I am fulfilled by the responses of my sister scholars on this panel.
Yeah, and to point out, yeah, definitely thinking about the very gendered environment, but also the intersections of it. And that's something that I do talk about with students, just to make it transparent for them as well, about where these expectations come from. And so the expectations that they have of me are different than they have for their Black faculty, are different than they have for their white female faculty. And so helping them to unpack that a little bit, because students, just thinking about that expectation piece, if you tell a student that you don't have time for them not understanding, and they feel like, okay, well, you were supposed to do this, and getting angry without really understanding the taxation that we take as being Black women in the academy. And so, and also helping them to unpack, well, where do they get these expectations from as well? And so while we're working to support our students, we also need to help them unravel what their expectations of Black womanhood are, and help them understand where they may have come from and how they've been socialized that way.
That's deep, Celeste. Thank you.
I'm like just ruminating on all of this. Especially as someone, I'm working on my doctorate full time, and I'm also a full-time high school teacher. So I feel like I'm other mothering a lot in a lot of different cycles, or I'm being other mothered, or I'm other sistering in other ways. So in thinking about that and trying to give myself grace, I've really just been trying to focus on how can I shift my self-care practice to one that's solely for me and not just for my survival to function day to day. So Audre Lorde wrote, caring for myself is not self-indulgent, it is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. I love Audre Lorde. She's one of my favorite people ever. So how can we as Black women, educators, leaders, scholars, activists, utilize self-care as a means of resistance and also in a way that is culturally sustaining? July is Black, Indigenous people of color in self-care month. So how can we do this in a way that is culturally sustaining and is also an act of resistance for us?
So I want to jump in here. First of all, let me just say that self-care is really important, but it's also more difficult in these COVID streets, right? For lots of reasons. I think we find that we need it even more because of all that we are experiencing, but it's also more difficult to practice in some ways. But it is radical, right? And I always tell people, self-care is more than pedicures and massages. Now listen, ain't nothing wrong with your pedicure and your massage, and I think that's fine. Those are acts of self-care that are very important, but it's not just the notion of pampering, right? So we've got, self-care can actually be hard work, whether it's eating right or exercising every day, or, it's our spiritual well-being, our physical, our emotional, etc. But it's deep work, and it's care along all those dimensions for ourselves. It's the affirmations that give us the strength to press forward in the most difficult or challenging moments. So I'm reminded of a story about when I first got to The Ohio State University as a PhD student. I had a mentor who was definitely an other mother and still is, Dr. Cynthia Tyson. And I remember I was lamenting about something, and Dr. Tyson, we call her Mama C now because she's now taking on my children too, but Dr. Tyson said very bluntly, but very eloquently to me to look around, right? Look around here. She said, not one brick that has been laid in the foundation of any of these buildings was laid with the thought of you in mind. Not one was laid in anticipation of your Black face being here as a student behind a desk. Now these bricks were laid by people who look like you, but they weren't laid for you. And it always, I was there 4 years, I've been out of that a long time, but that really stayed with me, that I was in a space, as Dr. Watson has said multiple times already in this panel, that was not built for me. And so there was nothing about the structure of that space that was actually going to make things easy for me. And when we think about a lot of the institutions in which we engage, that is the case because we are stolen people on stolen land. So that is the notion that any of this was built for us, or that we have some sort of, opportunity to just walk right in the door and just zip through, is faulty at best. And so we have to do self-care, right? Because the systems don't exist for our benefit. They don't exist for our wholeness or our wellness. So self-care actually is the only way that we will succeed. That's the only way that we'll be fortified with the strength that we need to press forward. Our communities, as we are seeing with COVID and with just in general, when we think about healthcare, there's so much health disparity as it is. We have to be radical about caring for ourselves, because we can't even rely on the health institutions necessarily to do that for us. And so we've got to cultivate our sub-communities within that and make sure that we are focused on our own self-care. Because I think it was Sora Dean Williams, or either it was Sora National Presidents in the beginning, was talking about we can't be here to fight the good fight if we're not here. If you don't take care of your body wherever you live, I think was the quote that was made. Our existence in of itself is an act of resistance. And since our very existence requires self-care, that self-care is an act of resistance. So I think we have to think of it that way. I'll make a few more brief comments and I'll let my co-panelists take the floor after that, but there have been a couple of things that I think have been very affirming for me in this moment, particularly because COVID has put the kibosh on the way in which we can engage. Girl Trek had that 21-day boot camp. And y'all, I had not been walking. I've been exercising. I had not been walking before that. But I got the whole family. I'm the only girl. I got the whole family out there, and I was reading them, the bios. I was really engaged in that. I circled back to my mentees and other people, and my mom, hi mom, also was engaged with that process. And so it was self-care in many ways across many dimensions, right? Because we were walking, but we were also fortifying our intersectionality with these sheroes who have just done remarkable work in their own spaces. So that was powerful for me. Zoom calls with friends and colleagues have been very affirming, because in all of this, you have to find your tribe, right? You still have to have your tribe. And so being able to engage with your tribe is self-care, I think. And then reading work, right? Just reading things, not necessarily only academic things, but reading and talking to folks about things that strengthen and affirm are also ways, I think, to engage in that, because it fortifies you. It continues to help strengthen you to build who you are. And that in and of itself, I keep going back to, is that active resistance that we each must engage in order to actually be here to do the work.
Yeah, everything, and co-sign on the Girl Trek podcast. I've been listening to that as well, and the stories are so affirming. And as you mentioned about how radical self-care is, my immediate thought was about the psychology of radical healing framework from Dr. Helen Neville, a Black woman counseling psychologist, who I believe is at the University of Illinois. And so this model of radical healing, it's shifting from this individual perspective, but really thinking about our collective healing and hearing the stories of liberation, hearing the stories of those who've come before us and drawing upon their strength are a core part of it, and tapping into our why and recognizing that we're not alone out here. We are standing on the shoulders of our ancestors, all of those who came before us, all of us who've been able to see that vision of what could be. And so being excited of looking towards the future as we think about how to promote our own wellness and fighting these systems of oppression, because we have to have that balance of both. The ability to see ahead about what could be while guarding ourselves for the now and fighting against it. And I'm not sure if there was any comments about the Academics for Black Lives movement, but all of that work is based on the psychology of radical healing and creating spaces of community for Black academics to take that step back, to pause, to connect with each other, to also to be in tune with their bodies as well, that we have to take care of ourselves physically in order to do this work emotionally and mentally. And then being able to find that healing space just in engaging in this activism itself, that by feeling this sense of control and power, that in and of itself can also be healing. And so totally co-sign for everything, that it's self-care is so incredibly important, because the grind is to wear us down, to make us not exist, that if we're too tired to do this work, then everything could just be swept under the rug. And so the importance of really shoring and building ourselves up and drawing on the collective strength and energy that we have.
I concur with Celeste and April and Tara. I'm reminded by, it's this song, and Iyanla Vanzant said to sing. Now, I swear when I sing, the angels think it sounds great, but on earth, it just doesn't manifest that way. But it's this song that I heard when I was 16, and I had the privilege of going on a civil rights tour down the South and meet some of the pioneers of the Little Rock Nine. And they sung a song that said, I'm gonna lift my brother up, he's not heavy. I'm gonna lift my sister up, she's not heavy. I'm gonna lift my community up, they're not heavy. And that always stayed with me, because like Terry says, when we're at a conference, we can go, if we allow it, we can go days without seeing each other just by the way our schedules are. So we make point to room with each other, to schedule lunches, to do that radical, kind of what Celeste said, that radical healing, because we need to touch each other, hug each other. But in Corona, we can't touch and hug, but we can call. And so we have the radical piece of it. And I like what Iyanla said, our ancestors have the answers, right? So in this, I think the beauty of Corona, what it has given us, it's given us that opportunity to reconnect to our ancestral heritage, to what we know in our spirit that works. It may not look the way that, you know, society tells us self-care, because a Eurocentric idea of self-care is individualistic. Well, we know Black folks and people of color are not individualistic people. We're a communal group. I need to talk to my sister. When, you know, April and I were praying before, you know, she texted me and I could tell in her text, let me call my sister. We said a prayer and we said, we got this, because our preparation and our study has gotten us to this point. But we need that, because that community sparks that healing. I love Celeste. I have not met her personally, but I know I love her. That's my sister. I love Tara. I love April. I love Terry. I love Melody. When she texted me this morning, call me Dr. P. I love you, girl. We got this. And that's the radical healing piece, a piece of that. And I'm just blessed to be able to see my sisters. And we probably gonna have a meeting after the meeting. But that's the radical piece of this. And Dr. Cynthia Tyson said the same thing to me that she to April, and my kids call her Madeir. So Cynthia Tyson is Madeir and Judy Austin is Padir, but their radical understanding has helped fuel our radical understanding, and hopefully our radical understanding will help fuel the Melodies and the other graduate students that come after us.
Thank you. Sis, can I say one thing? And I want us all to think about this. We keep saying this radical notion of self-care. We have to reframe the way we think about self-care. Self-care should be part of our daily reality because we need it. It helps us affirm ourselves, to center ourselves, and to be our better selves. And if we think of it as a selfless act, meaning loving me is loving you. So if I love you, then I'm going to take care of me to be there for you. So we have to start thinking about, you know, like, it can't be radical. Like, joy should be a part of our lives. I think joy is important. Like, if we can make room for pain, because pain and sorrow is a part of our lives. Like, we know that we're going to have some bad days. Well, why can't we bank on some good ones? Why can't we create our own joy? And that joy is whatever makes us happy. And as you said, we're communal people. Well, that joy is us. So we have to think about self-care differently. Self-care is caring for us, caring for our family, caring for our children. But again, it's for us, for ourselves. We do it because we know that if our children aren't well, then I can't really be well. If my people aren't well, then I really can't be well. So we have to see it more, I guess, not as such an individual act per se, but more as what we do together to affirm and to keep us together, because that's what care is. Care brings us together. It's a loving union that it involves other people. Like, it's a communion, a gathering, a place where, you know, it's a beloved space. So if we can see care as a beloved space or things you do for those you love, I think it becomes less radical and less foreign, and we don't feel so guilty about, you know, closing the bathroom door and just reading a book by yourself, or taking a long bath, or whatever it is that soothes you. It can't always seem so radical because it's needed.
And that's why we are blessed to have Terry in our space, because she always brings us back together. When I'm having a moment, I call Terry Watson, because she will give you a word that will seep right into your speech. So we gonna make room for joy, because Terry Watson said so.
Yes.
All right. Well, I feel that. I just keep it real. And I just have to be honest that I feel like a fraud sitting up here talking about self-care when I know that I struggle so hard with this. And I have a wonderful partner, a Howard alum. I got to throw that out there. And he, you know, contributes equally in our home, but I still give so much to my work, so much to my community, so much to my family, that there's often so little left for myself. And I'm thinking about Dean Williams' comments this morning about, you know, you put your own mask on first before assisting others. And I've been trying to do that more and more. But one thing that I've been doing is trying not to look at physical activity as punishment, because that's how it seems to me, like it's punishment. And that's hard. I don't like working out, but I do like looking at houses. I do like spending time with my friends who I don't get to see enough. So I started walking in my neighborhood, and I tried to set a good pace, but I'm not trying to set break a land speed record or anything like that. Because I know that the evidence suggests that just getting out for 30 minutes, moving your body, is revolutionary in terms of the health benefits. So I've lowered my standards. I try to lead with what I enjoy, back to that joy piece. I'll walk in the middle of the day, I'll walk on a Zoom call, I'll walk with a girlfriend, and I don't apologize for it when I do. I think that's part of the modeling as well. Like this morning when I was listening to Dean Fenwick, I was putting in a load of laundry, and I don't apologize for that. You might see my son walk in the background here. He may interrupt me. He don't care that y'all on the Zoom. He gonna come through and be like, Mom, can I have this popsicle? And I'm gonna respond to him. I'm not gonna apologize for that, because that's the life that we live in. That's just the reality. And none of you should be apologizing for that either. Like, this is just what it is like. So, and then there's sometimes when I don't multitask, where I really just want to intentionally focus on what I'm doing for myself just for a moment. But again, it's a struggle for me, and I just really want to be transparent that I don't have this figured out.
Yeah, I think very few of us do. I mean, I don't. I have two little ones that are littler even than Langston, Tara's son, and same. You know, I think we are, you know, we're mothers, we're wives, we're daughters, we have these multiple hats that we wear. In many cases, we're administrators as well as faculty. We have a ton of students that we're advising, and ton of other ones that come to us for advice that we're not advising, right? So there's a lot going on there. And so I appreciate your comments, everybody. Terry, with respect to let's take the radical out of it. I think maybe the word is, you know, maybe it's not radical, but it's nuanced, because there are the challenges to getting to that space, whatever that is for each individual. It's not, you know, it ain't something that you can read in a book and go do. You know, you have to figure out how that figures into your life. And COVID complicates everything in this space. It just does. You know, our lives are no longer the way they were, on top of all the different competing interests that we have and the different passions that we have that are pulling at us.
Absolutely, thank you. So I was just thinking about the Girl Trek playlist, because I did the 21 Days of Black History Challenge too. And I really enjoyed, like, my self-care did take a different look when COVID-19, like my self-care turned into Zoom parties with my friends, and also having like insecure recap sessions every Sunday. So that turned into self-care for us. So really rethinking about like how we think about self-care and how it can be those everyday interactions that bring us joy as well, and how do we cultivate those in our life to kind of disrupt grind culture. So we're going to take a few questions from our chat. I think we have time for one or two. So let's go with, how can we instill in students, young Black female students, the skill or idea / way of life of other sistering / other mothering in today's society, when so much of social media and the media shows Black women competing and fighting?
Ooh, first,
loaded question, but
oh goodness, that is loaded. I think the first thing, and Terry probably Terry said this when we first started, it's not many of us in this space. So we're exerting enough energy fighting the system, tempered radical, rocking the boat, but still staying in it. We first have to recognize that it's not many of us. But in order to not compete, we have to know what our lane is. We have to know why we are here. We have to know what do we contribute to the work. If I know what my purpose is, I'm not threatened by Terry, April, Celeste, or Tara. I'm excited to be in their presence because I can learn from them and they learn from me. And that's what I tell my students all. I'm working with the doctoral student at Valdosta State, and I tell her all the time, sis, you have a testimony that needs to be heard. But in order to get there, I need you to do the work. Because once you do the work and get on this side, we have a whole community that's going to lift you up. But before you get here, I need to ensure that you know what your issues are, what your traumas and triggers, hot buttons are, so that when you come up against that, you don't slay one of my sisters. Because if you come for them, I'm coming for your neck. And you don't want that. And Tara and April know, like, when I say I love you, I protect you because you're my family. And that's what we need to tell and to model with our students, is that I love you, but love is also correction. I correct you in love, and I'm gonna model in love. And so that's some of the things that I tell my students all the time. And if they can't do the work, I'm sorry, boo, but you can't come with me because I love and protect my people.
I also think that's so good, Dr. P. I'm also thinking like it is also the tragedy of desegregation. It is the tragedy of what we have lost in Black communities. It used to be like, you know, your neighbor was a nurse, or your neighbor was a doctor, or your neighbor worked in road construction, whatever, and you saw these models in your community of people all around you, right, who gave you the models of all kinds of things. And, you know, I think I'm not going to say that segregation is the way forward, or that I'm anti-desegregation. That is not the question. But I'm just simply pointing out that when we have moved, you know, my work centers on a lot of times Black students in suburban schools, and the cost of bearing those kinds of the pain of that, of being the only one, of having to navigate these white normed spaces, right? And what it does to you, to your psyche at the emotional level, to have to go through that and not have Black teachers, not see other Black kids in your classroom, not have that. And I think that really, you know, as much as I care about the education, that like mental piece of it too is so important, that we pay attention to what it means that we have lost that, and provide other models. Because, you know, I'm not looking for social media to provide a model for my child of what Blackness is, right? There are good things, right? And there are things that I'm going to lift up, but so much of it is just trash, right? And I'm trying to, like, I want him to see, I bring him to conferences. He knows these women on this screen, like by name, he knows, and it's intentional because I need him to know that we out here doing all of the things, right? Hashtag Black Girl Magic, right? So it's just a matter of providing that model, but history always will give us the lesson, y'all. Always give us the lesson.
I'll add just one thing that Iyanla was talking about, like the work, right, that you have to do on yourself, right? And I think that we are a communal people, but we've been socialized to be rugged individualism, and so we have to do the work to say, like, that's my sister, and it you know, when she rises, I rise. You know, I'm not hating on her because she got full professor, or she's an associate dean, or she got this publication or whatever, but I'm happy for her. But, you know, that sometimes is something that we actually have to break past, because, you know, we've been conditioned. I always tell my students, you've been co-opted. Your thinking has been co-opted. So while, you know, and it starts early, it starts young, this whole competitiveness. I have to teach my boys that a lot of times, like, you know, it's not a competition, right? It's communal. And so we also have to think about that, because we don't inhabit the exact same space. We've created this community amongst each other, sitting in 3, 4, 5 different states over several different years. Because we need each other, right? Like, we have to have each other's back, and we have to have each other's fronts, right? Because that's the work that's how we can define our success. And somebody said this, and it's true. When I first got to I think I've been in the academy a little longer than the rest of the panel. When I first got there, it was Barbara Jackson was still with us on this side of the realm, Linda Tillman, and Judy Austin. Yep. Barbara's now gone. But that was it in terms of, in Kala Matata, in terms of the sisters that were on faculty somewhere. Now there are a lot more of us, and, you know, think about the work that they had to do in order to, you know, mother us, mentor us, all this. So, you know, we pay it forward. We have to pay it forward. And that means, you know, like Patrice said, staying in our lanes, understanding what our strengths are, but also just learning how to be genuinely happy for another sister. And we are not always taught how to do that. Like, that is something, when I first got into the academy, I didn't own that, you know, I mean, it's deep inside of me, but it was locked up. And I had to really, I mean, that's just real, say like, no, I eschew that. Like, I don't embrace this notion, like, why did she get this? Or I could do that. No, like, that, her path is her path. I believe in divine order. I believe what's for me is for me. So I don't have any problem being happy with you getting what you got, because that wasn't mine to have. But I block my blessings when I'm spewing hatred and venom over what you got in lots of ways. I mean, there's so many stories I could tell about, you know, how sisters have, you know, not known that they were being used in order, positioned to help me, and I've been positioned to help other people. You block all those blessings when you sit there hating on somebody, and we don't get shown the messaging that, you know, widely, that says to us, appreciate one another, love on one another, support one another. That's one of the things that I had in my responses for self-care, is consuming positive images of our own representation. Because the rest of it will have us thinking like we are out here on our own, we did it by ourselves, and we don't need anybody else. And that's just absolutely not true.
Right, and April, you are so right. I think too often, it's not the system per se, it's the tools we use. Audre Lorde said it best, the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. We can't do what they do.
That's right.
These spaces weren't created for us in mind. So we can't follow that individualistic, capitalistic, materialism, like those characteristics do not serve us well. They are meant to conquer and divide and separate us from the flock where we're then vulnerable. Because when you are the only one, then you're a better target. But if it's 10 of us, they can't kill us all.
Right.
So we have to realize that we are each other's strength. So there's never a competition. In fact, there need to be more seats for us because someone will live. Like, who's going to tell our story? And that's the mother work. That's that, we're thinking about tomorrow, and not just our children, but our children's children. So we have to plant those seeds. We have to break bread. We have to speak life and love and affirm one another. And like you said, what's for you is yours. It's not mine. That's not what I do. And we have to be able to shine in our own light and not feel insecure. Like I said, everybody got a PhD. If you're here, that was hard enough. You've been vetted, like sis, you're here, but what about those who need to come behind us? So if we have it, that's great, but we got to make sure sis got it too, because she's next and she got to bring somebody with her. So we have to remember that this is not a moment, but a movement. We need long-term goals. So if there's 10 of us, then it should be 20 of us next year and then 40 the next year. Amen. We have to think long-term. We have to nurture and care for ourselves. And when we find others who are kind of challenging, like the sisterhood, say, yo, sis, we don't do that here.
Right.
Because the white boys won't let you do it. They protect each other. They promote that mediocrity, that meritocracy. We see how they work.
Girl.
You're preaching now.
Yeah,
you might have to take a love offering for Reverend Dr.
We have to be better, sisters. And the nice part is that I'm here because you're here. Literally, like, I was the last one in, you know that. But when I got here, you were there, and I'm like, oh, sis, it's you. And it was all love. And April, remember, like, you put me on to Bettina. I mean, like, I called on each of you, and you all showed up. So we have to keep showing up for one another.
Right.
Because when we show up, we're there. Even when I'm not there yet, they're like, well, April is, so we good. Because she going to speak Black life. She going to speak Black love. She going to speak about Black children. Because I have to make sure that my children are okay. And your children too, because they're our children. And that's that community work. That's that nation building that it's a beautiful struggle, but it's a struggle, but we can do it if we stay together.
That's
and
right.
If we can remember this and pay this forward and play this forward and keep reminding ourselves that it's not a race. And if so, it's a marathon, and there's an I in win. So when you win, I win. There's an I in win.
Yes.
Love you, girl. You the bomb. That's my sister right there.
We family. We cousins. You know that. We cousins.
I know that.
That was so beautiful. I really appreciate all of your time. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I could do this all afternoon and just listen and learn from all of you, but I am so gracious and appreciate being able to sit and talk and learn from all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you for
Thank
hosting.
you. Thanks, everybody.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Melanie, for facilitating that awesome panel discussion. And now we move on to our third panel discussion, Doing Big Things, Black Women Who Are Changing the Game. I'm going to bring back Candace Cardwell, who will introduce our moderator for our Innovators panel, Doing Big Things, Black Women Who Are Changing the Game. Please welcome Candace back.
Thank you, Sharon. Ms. Shawan Robinson is the past president of the Montgomery County Alliance of Black School Educators and interim principal of Briggs Cheney Middle School in Silver Spring, Maryland. Ms. Robinson has been an educator for 26 years. She served as an elementary school teacher, elementary and middle school counselor, pupil personnel worker, assistant principal, and principal intern. She is a second-year doctoral student at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Her research is centered on the pathway to the secondary principalship for Black female educators and administrators. She's passionate about establishing networks of support and expanding opportunities for Black women in educational leadership. Ms. Shawan Robinson, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Candace. I'm super excited to moderate this panel. I'm going to introduce our panelists, and then we're going to get into some exciting questions. So our first panel member is Deidre Fogarty. Deidre is a DC-based special educator. She has worked in education in various capacities for the past 15 years. She is founder of Black Girls Teach, a boutique consulting firm that provides professional development, affinity groups, and advocacy centered around the needs of Black women educators. She is also the co-founder of WHAM Book Bundle, a company that provides culturally inclusive books for parents, teachers, and schools. She is a proud graduate of the University of Connecticut, where she obtained both her bachelor's and master's degree in elementary education. Welcome, Deidre.
Hello, thank you guys for having me.
All right, our next panelist is Ms. Christina Jones. Christina is the Special Counsel for Strategic Youth Initiatives for the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia. In her position, she advises Attorney General Carl Racine on youth-facing policy and programs. Christina is a strong advocate for sexual assault prevention. She has used her training and experience to design and implement seminars on consent and sexual assault to teenagers around Washington, D.C. Prior to her appointment as special counsel, she was the assistant chief for the juvenile section of the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, where she helped shape juvenile justice policy in the district, directly supervising attorneys who handle juvenile delinquency cases. Christina continues the work that began in Prince George's County, Maryland, with the I Belong Here truancy reduction initiative that partners with the Office of the Attorney General with DC Public Schools and Howard University to provide curriculum, encouragement, and incentives that empower students to invest in their school, their education, and ultimately themselves. Christina currently serves as the governance co-chair on the Board of Trustees for Paul Public Charter School in Washington, D.C. Christina is a proud graduate of the Howard University School of Law. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you so much for having me. HU.
All right. Next, we have Ms. Lindsay Black, a graduate of Howard University School of Education. Lindsay has been an urban educator of mathematics in Washington, D.C. for 5 years. She also uses her voice as the co-host of the Reformist Pipeline, a podcast that amplifies Black voices to promote reform in our education system. Lindsay is a bold optimist that hopes to use mathematics as a vehicle to promote social change and encourage non-educators to join us in the journey of advocacy for reform. Welcome, Lindsay.
Peace and love, everybody. Super excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right, our next dynamic panelist is Ms. Brianna Johnson. Brianna is an 11th grade English teacher in the Race, Policy, and Law Academy at Oakland Technical High School in Oakland, California. She received both her BA and her master's from UCLA in 2010 and 2012, respectively, and has been teaching in urban schools since then. As a social justice educator and an inspiring teacher educator, Brianna believes that classrooms should be loving and transformative spaces that seek to dismantle oppressive systems towards the end of achieving joy and liberation for all. It is with this goal that she founded Lit Circle, curriculum for the inclusion and representation of communities of color in literacy education, in July 2019, which provides free resources to support teachers in decolonizing their curricula and classrooms. Let's welcome Brianna.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Brianna. And our last dynamic panelist is
White Castle.
I got some feedback. Are we good? All right. Our last dynamic panelist is Ms. Tamika Walker-Kelly. Tamika is an elementary music specialist in K-5 from Fayetteville, North Carolina. After completing 13 years in the classroom, Tamika was elected to serve as president of the North Carolina Association of Educators, the state's largest professional organization for public school employees. Welcome, Tamika.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me today.
All right, I am super excited to be with you all and to moderate this panel. And with that, we're going to just jump right into our first question. The first question is, typically, the pipeline to education leadership is defined by teaching, then the principalship, and the superintendency. However, you ladies each lead in very unique ways. Share your innovator story. What brought you to the work, and how do you feel you are changing the game?
So I will start. I was a prosecutor for 8 years in both Prince George's County and the District of Columbia. So my route is a lot different than most of the people on these panels, but for me, it was really tapping into my friends who were educators and being in the prosecution space, figuring out how I could also make a difference in my own community. So I became a prosecutor because I am a survivor of childhood sexual assault. And I remember thinking as a child, the system is unfair, the prosecutor isn't listening to me. And I always wanted to be a prosecutor in the same county, which is Prince George's County, that I grew up in. So years later, I walked into the courthouse, not as a survivor, but as an assistant state's attorney in the office of the state's attorney for Prince George's County, Maryland. And in my journey as a prosecutor, I loved juvenile court because I really saw that as the way to really shape young people, because almost every adult who is in the system has at least one contact with the juvenile justice system, whether it's an arrest, whether it's a prosecution. So if I could stop kids from graduating to adult court, that was really my why as to why I was in my position. So being a prosecutor, especially in juvenile court, there was one thing that we saw constantly, and that's students who were not attending school, whether it was they were skipping classes, whether it was they were skipping entire days. That was a constant in the kids who were coming through the system. So I went to the then state's attorney, Angela Brooks, who is now the county executive, and I told her this was a problem that I'm seeing, and I think we as an office can do something about it. Because what we also did was we prosecuted parents for truancy, and we have to stop thinking that we can prosecute and arrest our way out of things. And this was me before it was trendy to say things like this. This was me back in 2013. So when I went to her, she completely agreed. And after I identified the problem, I really tapped into the stories of those people who were involved, both the oppressed and the oppressor. Why are we choosing to prosecute families in this way? Why are we choosing to make policies and carry them out in this way? What can we do at the root of the problem? So I devised a program called I Belong Here, and we started in Prince George's County with 3 middle schools. And what we did was we intentionally had both assistant state's attorneys and staff from the office of the state's attorney go into those classrooms on a bi-weekly basis and talk to the students about principles of belonging. So, because we all know that one of the main reasons why kids stop going to school is because they don't feel that sense of community. They don't feel that sense of belonging at a young age. So after I left Prince George's County, I went to the District of Columbia, where I am now, and Carl Racine, our Attorney General, was like, you have to bring this program to DC. So we started the program. We're in Sousa Middle School, and within the first 6 months, when we started this program, Sousa Middle School saw a 75% reduction in the number of kids who were truant. So really, it's all about how do we create community? How do we create connection in a way that I put myself out of business? Because like I said, we can't prosecute our way out of this, but we really can institute programming that is both culturally sensitive and explains to the kids where they are in this ecosystem of criminal justice.
Thank you for that, Christina. Would anyone else like to answer that or respond to that?
Sure, I will. So again, hello everybody. My name is Tamika Walker Kelly, and I'm here in North Carolina. And my path to being an educator and my union story are both intertwined. And I just want to go ahead and note that I use the word union in homage to Black laborers in the South, but also it's particularly a challenging point to even say that you are in a union in the South in here in North Carolina and the Southern states. But I always wanted to be a teacher. I do have a typical like coming to education story. I always wanted to be a teacher. I either wanted to be an educator or a famous singer. It was either one of the other. And so it was because I had a lot of really strong Black women teachers. Even my mother, who was an instructional assistant, instilled the love of education within me. And so I was able to go to college on a North Carolina Teaching Fellow Scholarship, which enabled me to go to school for 4 years. And I went into the field of music education, which education in itself is a predominantly white field, but in music education, it is even more pronounced because there are not a lot of educators of color in that field. But in my experience in the classroom during my 4th year of teaching, I almost quit. And like many new teachers who do that within the first 5 years. And so it was my mother who helped me join the union here in North Carolina. And so in our union here, there were lots of opportunities. My local unit president made a space for me because I also love politics, which of course the political landscape now is all up in the air, but I love politics, and he helped make a space for me on our local board, and that's how I got involved in the local and statewide union up until this past year, where I ran with my friend Brian Prophet, who we are now the leadership of our statewide union. And so in that work, racial and social justice, because they're both intertwined. You can't have racial justice without social justice, and the either is true. We are framing our work around that. So not just particularly focusing on academic issues, but things that are going to be good for the common good of all of our communities, because educators are in the center of our communities along with our students and our families. And so talking about how do you change the game, really just, I say this in the most humblest way possible, but like just being who I am, being myself, right? Nobody has the same sort of experiences, stories, path to leadership as anyone else. And so just taking up space in places where you typically aren't expected to be allows us to be able to change the game. And so I get to do and have unique opportunities to lift up other voices and stories from my role. And so I'm excited to do this work to make sure that our kids and students get the schools that they deserve.
Thank you for that, Tamika.
I could go
I wanted
next.
to be a Oh, go ahead.
No, you go for it. Go for it.
Okay, girl, I'm gonna go. Well, I also wanted to be a singer too when I was younger, Tamika. So I guess we got that in common. So I'm gonna speak mostly on how I became a podcaster. And in full transparency, I was just tired of complaining to teachers about teacher issues. And I felt like I was just beating a dead horse. And while I believe that venting is a very important part of the emotional process, but if I'm required to be solutions oriented in the classroom, I should transfer that skill out of the classroom. So that's how my podcast, The Reformist Pipeline, came about. It was my solution, my outlet. And we talk about the ins and outs of the education system with the intent of being the pipeline between us educators and non-educators. I believe that we're changing the game because we're trying to include everyone in on this conversation about equitable education within our system. Because if we learned anything from the pandemic, we know that the education system inadvertently or unconsciously impacts everyone.
Thank you for that. And Brianna?
Yeah, so I mean, actually my experience and my pathway to getting here actually really builds on what Lindsay was just saying in terms of really not being able to trust the education system. I had been teaching for like 5 or 6 years, and it was getting very difficult. It was getting unsustainable for me. Being in a school that lacks the resources, being in a school that has a population with very high needs, right? And they're not able to meet those needs. It was like, it's challenging, right? And so I got to a point where I was feeling like I was doing a good job in my classroom, right? Like just in my little space with my students, and I could support them, and we had, an amazing educational experience. But
the whole rest of the day, right? When they leave out of my classroom, the experience was very different. And so I reached a point where I began to feel like I was complicit in doing this disservice to students, particularly Black students, and feeling like it just wasn't enough. And so I was like, I have to figure out a different way of doing this, a different way of like, I wanted to like really broaden my impact in education, but I didn't necessarily want to be a principal, right? And so I think that's the point, is like, that's the typical, you know, that's the pipeline that you follow, but that's not what I wanted, right? I didn't want to go to grad school. And so I started to think about, well, how can I still broaden my impact in education? And I still want to be teaching, I still want to be in the classroom with my kids, but how can I get people to really listen to what I have to say? Because I know that I have a lot to offer, as well as a lot to learn, but it's really difficult to position yourself in that way if you don't have, you know, PhD next to your name, right? Or so there were all of these barriers that I felt like I was facing in terms of being able to really provide more support to teachers out there who were feeling isolated, feeling overwhelmed, feeling like the system was too big and too broken to really push it. And so I knew that I couldn't have been the only one out there. And so that was kind of how Lit Circle came about. I like applied for some fellowships. I got rejected. I like applied for a few jobs outside of teaching. I kept getting rejected. And I was like, oh my God, this sucks. And then I was like, you know what? Like, I am very confident that I'm confident in my teaching. I'm confident in my pedagogy. So I just made an Instagram account, and I just like, let me just say stuff that I feel about education. And other people like started seeing it and being like, yeah, like I feel that way too. And yeah, this is a point where I need support, or I'm experiencing the same thing. And it created this huge community. And people are thirsty for that community, because teaching is so isolating, right? Especially for Black teachers, especially for Black women. It's a very, very isolating profession. And so now thinking just about what are other ways, alternative ways of being a leader, right? It doesn't always have to look like being a principal, being a superintendent. And so I've been just trying to be innovative in terms of how can I use social media as a way to bring together teachers, as a way to create community, as a way to share resources. And so I'm really excited about like that community that's growing.
All right, thank you all for sharing your innovator story. We know that it's, you know, in this work, it's so important that we move out of the space of, you know, complacency. It's important that we move away from, you know, just being complicit and accepting the status quo. And so you all are definitely, you know, demonstrating that. So with that, my next question is, or that I want to share is a quote and then a question. So according to Dr. Leslie Fenwick, too little mining of existing data and too few research reports present the truth about Black people and the Black condition. For instance, contrary to popular belief, African American educators are the nation's most credentialed and experienced educators. How do you feel your work disproves deficit perspectives of Black women in education and related fields?
I'll answer that. So when I think about the work that my organization does, Black Girls Teach, it's really centered on empowering Black women educators and empowering them to really just own their expertise. And I think when I think about what you shared about, you know, how does it kind of go against the narrative that often sometimes Black women educators have, just so many women that I have connected with through being able to use the platform have just so much expertise, powerful in the classroom, so many strengths, but oftentimes feel like they're overlooked in their school, or feeling like they can't move up, or there's a lot of barriers to be able to do that. And I think with my work, it's really helping by using my experience and the challenges that I experienced throughout my 15 years in education, and really being able to help Black women educators to get through those barriers. And whether that's being able to connect them to mentors, or being able to just like specifically teach a skill, how to have challenging conversations, how to coach up, how to deal with different roadblocks in education. I think doing that work has been really powerful, because I've seen how educators have been able to just use one another as resources. Meaning, if it's something that myself, if I don't know how to be able to teach you on a specific skill, let me tap into this Black woman educator over here, who I know that this is her area of expertise, because she shared it with us, she's owned it, and now she can teach you. So I know for me, with my organization, Black Girls Teach, really being able to use it as a space for Black women educators to come together and be able to share whatever your expertise lies in. And I think one of the things that I've noticed along the way is that it's not always just like, oh, I can lead a lesson on this, or classroom management. There are so many other nuances to being an effective educator. And sometimes we don't even realize those small things that we are exceptionally well at, that other people are not, that we can share with one another to help to build us and take us to the next level. So for those of us that want to stay in the classroom as educators, those of us that want to get into educational leadership, my Black Girls Teach is really about being able to provide those tools by using community.
Anyone else wants that question? I can keep
Yeah, I would. Thanks. So one of the things I will say is that in this work around within the union and within the scope of education, like there are just so many dope Black women, right? And so many of them are in, you know, different paths on their leadership, a multiple of roles outside of just being like a regular classroom teacher, right? One of the things in my union, as we say, we're the largest organization for public school workers. And I say that because it's not just classroom teachers. We have data managers, we have custodians, we have teacher assistants, right? And so the whole scope of the public school experience. And in this union work, a lot of them are leading their own locals across the state of North Carolina. And then I can also point to dope Black women who are leading in other states. Like you have Cecily Bayard Cruz in California, who's leading UTLA, which is one of the most powerful unions in California. You have Diamante Brown leading in Baltimore. Like you have really dope Black women who are leading in spaces, not only in being expertise, like Deirdre said, in the profession itself, but also having expertise outside of the realm of education. So like when I lift up the name of Michelle Burton, who's here in Durham, she's an astute political analyst in her own local. And so she knows the interconnections of how county and city politics work and how all of that affects public education. And so it's really important to lift those things up and realize that, you know, just because you may or may not have letters behind your name does not limit the scope of your expertise. And I think it's really important to note that.
Thank you for that, Tamika. So in thinking about, you know, yourself as an innovator, we know that, you know, to be innovative takes a level of courageousness. So thinking about that, how have you gone about creating space for yourself as an innovator in your line of work, when many of the education, legal, and leadership spaces are so restrictive for Black women?
I would definitely say that we all have a seat that we sit in, and we all have specific issues that we only see from the seat that we are sitting in. So there are issues that I may see that somebody else who may be in the classroom may not see. And what you need to do is you have to really hyper focus on those pain points and those things that are bothering you about that issue that you're seeing from the seat that you're sitting in. One of my life mantras is be strategic in your planning, but be emotionless in the execution. And it's not that you can't use your heart, like Ms. Vanzant said earlier. It's that in the execution, I have to not get, if I feel tired, I can't be frustrated. I have to be very methodical about carrying out that plan that I put my entire heart into plotting out. And then when we figure out exactly what that issue is, one of the things that I do is I look at the 5 I's. So in order to be influential in my space, you have to be strategic in your eyes. So first I is identify the problem. Then we have, if you don't know what the problem is and if you can't articulate it, then it's going to be hard for you to petition your leader in order to fix whatever the problem is. The second I is you have to include. So include the stories of the people involved. How do we get here? And you have to look at it from both the perspective of the person being oppressed and the oppressor. The third I is you have to be intentional that your solution is informed by the people that you are serving. So it's not just let's take a historical look back at how we got here, but who is this policy, this project, this procedure going to benefit, and being intentional that we are talking to those people and not just about the problem, but about the solution. The fourth I is infusing your training and experience in the solution. There are things that you have been through, things that you know, things that you have learned that are unique to your own perspective. So we have to include our whole selves when we're coming up with whatever this new innovative thing that we want to implement. And last but not least, we have to impress upon those who you report to about the urgency of the solution. So not just why this is a problem, but why we need this particular solution, and bug them until they at least listen to what you have to say. And when you have them seated, make sure you walk them through what is your plan to solve it. Don't just bring them problems, bring them solutions. So I think for me as an innovator, remembering those 5 I's and remembering to be strategic in your planning and emotionless in your execution has really gotten me far.
I was taking notes. I got all the 5 I's. I'm so sorry. I agree with all of those 5 I's. And the data definitely supports that we are grossly underrepresented in these spaces. And I just want us not to forget that we are conditioned at very impressionable ages to believe that we cannot, and we can put anything behind that not. And I think that all it takes is like a glimmer of a belief, because even us believing in ourselves is a radical or unheard of for some people. And we have to believe in ourselves and believe that we are the desired outcome. And then every step thereafter has to be in alignment with that desired outcome. And when I'm speaking for myself, I had never hosted a podcast before, and I don't know anybody in my immediate circle that has one. But I just decided one day that I was going to be the podcast host of a phenomenal education-centered podcast. And once I believed that desired outcome, it's kind of like the space began to create itself.
Thank you for that.
And I want to kind of, because that's kind of like what I was thinking too, Lindsay, with that mindset. I know for me, I think I was able to create this space because I did not allow myself to be limited by whatever was happening in my school. So meaning if I was at a school where they weren't necessarily valuing me as a leader or seeing me as someone who even because I had went back into the classroom after doing leadership, went back into the classroom where I'm a special education teacher now, and I still wanted to have those opportunities to lead professional development, to coach teachers, to do the things that are naturally my gifts. And when I felt like the roadblock of having a leader that was just like, oh no, we already have people to do that, I was just like, okay, well, I will create that for myself anyways. Like, I'll find a way to lead professional development. I'll find a way to coach teachers. Just because you are, as the gatekeeper, are stopping me from being able to do it in this setting doesn't mean that I can't continue to do that. And that's what I say to other educators where they're in situations where they're like, there is no way for them to lead a professional development session, or it's just not something that their school leader will agree with them doing. Then it becomes like, okay, well, that's fine. We're in the space now where there's all this virtual space. You can do your own professional development virtually if you want, just allowing people to see that there are no limits. So if there is something that you really want to do, if you really want to train other educators on a specific topic, or if you want to have a conference, like that's something I'm doing next month. I'm putting together a conference for Black women educators. And if I would have just listened to that one principal who was just like, oh no, we're not ready for that right now, maybe next year, then I would just be sitting there waiting. So instead of waiting for someone to give me permission, I just went ahead and did it anyways. And that's what I push other educators to do as well. Like, you don't have to wait. You can, if you have a gift, that gift is meant to be shared, and you can find a way to be able to share it.
Thank you.
Yes, Deidre, thank you so much for saying that. Like, we really, really have to carve our own lanes, because as we know, the lanes aren't made for us, right? The ones that exist within schools, they're not for us. And so that's so important. And I think that now more than ever is the perfect time to really be radical in our thinking about what education can look like. I mean, our schools are all up in the air right now, right? Versus virtual, hybrid, are we in person? There's all those changes, plus just like the current climate where, you know, a good chunk of the nation is just now sort of coming into realization of systemic racism and oppression, right? And so as people are starting to wake up, then this is our time to really capitalize on that and say, all right, well, you know, we've been doing this work, but now let's bring it into our realm of expertise and say, all right, so this is how this can look, right? And it doesn't have to be in schools. It doesn't have to be a district-led PD, right? We can get together on our own, right? Because we have the expertise, we have the experience, you know what I mean? We can create those infrastructures on our own. And I think that that's the important part, because, you know, if we continue to just rely on the traditional systems, I mean, we know where that's going to end, like lead us to, because that's what we've been doing all of this time.
And Brianna, thank you for that. It really takes us to, you know, my next question here is, you know, just with, you know, we want to continue to provide meaningful educational experiences and opportunities for students, particularly now that we're in the midst of a pandemic. And so the question that I have for the panel is, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the inequities in American public schools. However, educators have continued to create new ways to connect with students. What role has digital technology played in your work, and how has that changed or improved given the pandemic?
For myself as a special education teacher, so I have